Chapter 1433. Qian Tian's strength was not good enough. He could not escape far. Su Yun stared at the man who had the ability to suppress the seal and leaped over. The figure that was as fast as light could no longer catch a glimpse of his figure. Feeling the pressure coming from behind, the man who was running away trembled violently, feeling regret in his heart. If he had known that Su Yun was so strong, he would have gone back and asked for stronger people to suppress him. He had only thought that Su Yun's strength was only at the level of the divine eagle race, and was not considered strong in their eyes. But he never thought that just Su Yun alone was already so terrifying. Was it the power of that evil sword? The man did not know, but he no longer had the time to think about it. Su Yun, who was behind him, immediately extended his hand out and grabbed at the air, pulling the man who was still running with all his might back. Before he could react, both of his arms were cut off, and a wave of divine power entered his body, shattering all the immortal meridians in his body. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Qin Xianlong. Su Yun bellowed. Qin Xianlong, who was in the distance, immediately rushed over. Master, bring him back and hand him over to Wei Ming. I want to know everything about him. Su Yun threw the man over. Qin Xianlong reached out and grabbed it, nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Then he brought the man back to the encampment like a chicken. The sword ancestor who was at the side kept looking at Su Yun. Ever since the battle in the Immortal Court, Su Yun's strength had increased by a lot. This kind of talent was so strong that it made people jealous. Looks like I am indeed old. Sword ancestor could not help but feel melancholy in his heart. Back then, he used his sword to roam the myriad realms, rarely meeting his match. His sword broke through 10,000 enemies and stood at the peak. Although he was unlucky enough to be separated from his soul by a villain, fortunately, with the help of a junior, his soul was reunited. It was just that the changes in the world made him unable to keep up. No one could escape the long river of time. No matter how glorious the sun was, there would always be a moment when it would fall. Sword Ancestor sighed and quietly stood in his original position. He knew that Su Yun would be able to handle the rest of the matters very well. Although Qian Tian was cunning, he was powerless against absolute strength. Not long after, he was captured by Su Yun. He had tried to resist, but to no avail. On the contrary, the immortal meridian in his body was shattered, his cultivation was crippled, and he was brought back by Su Yun. Su Yun did not plan to interrogate the two of them at all. In front of the great exquisite technique, it was too troublesome, but it was effective. Qian Tian obviously knew that Su Yun had the great exquisite technique. After all, the great exquisite palace had submitted to him, so he immediately planned to commit suicide and destroy his own soul. But how could Su Yun give him the chance? Returning to the encampment, Su Yun and Wei Ming met face to face, then headed towards the meeting hall. The two of them were also brought over by Qin Xianlong. When the two of them saw Su Yun sitting at the top, they immediately knelt down. "Master Su Yun, don't kill us. Dawn is as above." The two of them screamed at the top of their lungs. Their thoughts had been seen through by the great exquisite technique. All of their information had been obtained by Su Yun. They no longer had any value. Su Yun could kill them without any worries. Them, of them, of them. They as to as, they of them as to be, as the them of the as of them, as of to kill. Su Yun said indifferently. "Then, Master Su, what do you want us to do?" Qian Tian asked carefully. Logically speaking, they were already worthless. Their memories had been peeped into, and their cultivation had been crippled. Right now, they were no different from trash. Qian Tian was well aware of this. Right now, he could only pray that he could keep his life. As long as he was still alive, nothing else mattered. If he lost his life, then he would truly be finished. Very simple. Su Yun said indifferently, "Bring me a letter and tell the leader of the ancient heaven god's council, Dark Heaven." "What letter?" Qian Tian asked, his heart thumping. "If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. If the ancient heaven god's council continues to harass me, I can guarantee that the ancient heaven god council will become the second immortal court." Su Yun stared at Qian Tian and said indifferently, "Don't forget, I have the ominous sword in my hands." With that said, Qian Tian's heart trembled. Su Yun was right. He had the ominous sword in his hands. If he was forced into a corner and used it, who in the immortal world could stop him? "Scram," Su Yun said indifferently. "Why, yes." Qian Tian immediately stood up and ran out frantically. Seeing that, the man beside him also wanted to run, but was stopped by Su Yun. "Just one person is enough to deliver the message. Why you want to kill me?" The man said in fear. "No, I will not kill you. I'm not interested in your life." Su Yun's mouth curled up, and he laughed. "But someone is interested in your life." "Who?" The man trembled. "Me." An angry shout came from outside the house. The man was startled. He turned to look, only to see a group of people from the Eagle God clan walking in. Su Yun stood up and walked out. When he passed the door, he said to Yang Zi and the rest, "Do as you wish." "Thank you," Yang Zi said softly. Su Yun nodded his head and left. The man's fate was already clear. How many people from the Eagle God race had died at his hands? Yang Zi and the rest hated him to the bones and wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh, so they would definitely treat him well. But compared to that, Su Yun was more concerned about the ancient Heaven Gods Council. From the man and Qian Tian's memories, he found out that the ancient Heaven Gods Council was an organization established in the ninth heaven of the immortal world, and their leader, Dark Heaven, was an extremely mysterious existence. It was said that Dark Heaven had been active in the immortal world since a long time ago. Before the immortal Lyceum ruled the immortal world, the ancient Heaven Gods Council already existed, but at that time, the ancient Heaven Gods Council was not strong, and Dark Heaven did not show his face, rarely staying in the organization. Only recently, when Su Yun and the immortal Lyceum clashed, did he return. Originally, Dark Heaven planned to recruit Su Yun and then take action against the immortal Lyceum, but seeing that Su Yun's influence was so vast, Dark Heaven became silent. He planned to let Su Yun and the immortal Lyceum fight to the death, and then come out to recruit Su Yun. As for the Divine Dragon Clan, Eagle God Clan, and the other ancient clans, he did not plan to let any of them go. It was rumored that Dark Heaven was extremely powerful, and the dark god devil arts that he cultivated was said to be able to control heaven and earth, create time and space, and was extremely terrifying. When the ancient Heaven Gods Council conquered the Divine Dragon Clan, the 4 heavenly kings came out and defeated the Divine Dragon Clan Patriarch, causing the Divine Dragon Clan to surrender. However, facing those forces that would rather die than submit, the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council would use the most direct method to deal with them, and that was to annihilate them, leaving not a single one alive. The Eternal Heavenly Gods Council was very low profile. Dark Sky had never taken action. Thus it was impossible to estimate his strength, and the 4 great heavenly kings were also unfathomable. Even Qian Tian did not have an idea. After all, Qian Tian had not met the 4 great heavenly kings many times, so it was impossible for him to see through their cultivation. Qian Tian would most likely lose his life when he returned this time. But after this, it also announced that Su Yun and the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council had officially started a war. According to the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council's character, if they were unable to recruit Su Yun twice, then the 3rd time, they would not be so gentle. They would most likely send experts over to suppress him. If he resisted, the Eagle God Clan would be the same. Su Yun did not expect that after the Immortal Court, the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council would appear. No matter what, it would not be peaceful. He could only let Wei Ming and Qin Qianlong make preparations. Without a doubt, the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council was stronger than the Immortal Court. Those they had killed previously were just some cats and dogs. The true experts had not appeared. Ninth Heaven, Su Yun muttered. He sank in a deep thought. This place was not considered famous in the immortal world because it was on a cloud mountain close to the extreme east. On top of the cloud mountain, there was a spatial crack, and by entering the crack, one would be able to go above the immortal world. There were 9 layers of regions above the immortal world, and every layer was filled with immortal sects. It was just that these regions did not have any spirit items or resources that the immortals cared about, and the higher one went, the fewer immortals there were. At the 9th heaven, it could be said to be a barren land, and many immortal sects had even moved their sects to the ninth heaven. Who would have thought that the eternal heavenly Gods Council would choose that place? Now that the eternal heavenly Gods Council had provoked Su Yun time and time again, the two powers were like fire and water. Su Yun had also asked Su Luluo to send some people over to investigate, waiting for the results. However, the people that were sent over were ambushed by the eternal heavenly Gods Council, and only a few returned, and the information they obtained was even scarcer. Su Yun knew that he was currently in a passive position. The current him and the eternal heavenly Gods Council were like the immortal court and his power, one in the light and one in the dark. Big brother. Just then, Su Luluo suddenly barged into Su Yun's cultivation grounds, his expression clearly panicking. Su Yun immediately stood up and asked, "What happened?" "Big brother, Peerless Sect is requesting reinforcements," Su Luluo shouted. "Peerless Sect?" Su Yun's face changed. "Shangwan Meiyang." The Eternal Heavenly Gods Council sent people to Peerless Sect to force Ao Wushuang to hand over Shangwan Meiyang. Clearly, the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council knows about the relationship between you and her, which is why they sent people to capture her. Even when the Immortal Court was here, they did not do such a thing. I never thought that they would be so despicable. Su Yun was enraged. He bellowed, "Luluo, immediately get Qin Xianlong and the rest to prepare, and send people to support the Peerless Sect. I will be leaving first." "What about the encampment?" Su Luluo asked. "With Sword Ancestor and Sect Master here, how could they dare to be impudent? If it really escalates to a battle between the great devil immortals, I'm afraid the entire immortal world will collapse. I believe that the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council will evaluate this carefully," Su Yun said, then immediately jumped out of the door and rushed out of the encampment. Before leaving, he did not forget to bring along a teleportation order badge. If there was an emergency, he could directly crush the teleportation order badge and return to the encampment. Chapter 1434. Su Yun had not contacted the Peerless Sect for a long time. His goal was to weaken the relationship between him and the Peerless Sect. Previously, when he fought with the Immortal Court, the huge Immortal Court was like a giant in front of the Peerless Sect. The Peerless Sect took good care of Su Qing, and Shangwan Meiyang was her master. No matter what, Su Yun did not want to implicate them. Unexpectedly, the Immortal Court did not touch the Peerless Sect, but the Ancient Heaven Gods Council. From this, it could be seen that the Ancient Heaven Gods Council was even more shameless than the Immortal Court. What Su Yun did not like the most was people using his relatives and friends to threaten him. To him, this was an action that crossed his bottom line, and Su Yun was never lenient toward such actions. With Su Yun's current cultivation, it did not take long to reach the Peerless Sect. At this moment, the Peerless Sect was in a scorched land and the flames of war. The gates of the Peerless Sect had already collapsed, and the disciples of the Peerless Sect were gathered together. Ao Wushuang pulled Shangwan Qingcheng and Shangwan Meiyang, leading a group of sect elites, and temporarily retreated to the forbidden grounds of the Peerless Sect. The Peerless Sect had set up a total of 700 enchantments, and every one of them was personally reinforced by him. However, against the experts from the Ancient Heaven Gods Council, these 700 enchantments were like paper, and with one palm, they were all shattered. Ao Wushuang was not an idiot. From this attack, he could tell that the person who came was not an ordinary person. He was only at the peak of the Spirit Profound God realm, and had just reached this realm, while the majority of the people in the sect were at the Spirit Profound God realm, and there were very few who had stepped into the Spirit Profound God realm. Only Shangwan Meiyang had stepped into it not long ago, and this was the result of her obtaining the benefits of the Celestial Pool. And among the experts, there were definitely experts of the Void Returning Realm. This kind of expert could be said to be a strong barrier they could not break through, and even more so, could not cross over. The disciples rushed forward in batches, and fell in batches. The disparity in strength was too great, and they could not fight. In desperation, Ao Wushuang could only order the disciples to escape first, while he himself brought people to guard the forbidden grounds. He believed that the other party was coming for him, and the ordinary disciples would definitely not make things difficult for him. A few people from the ancient Heaven Gods Council noticed Ao Wushuang and the rest who had retreated to the forbidden grounds and immediately rushed over. It was just that the most ordinary disciples were displaying the strength of the spirit profound God realm, which was especially terrifying. Close the gate to the forbidden area. Ao Wushuang used his peerless fist to repel these people and shouted at the elders inside. Yes. The elder responded and activated the mechanism. The huge and heavy door slowly descended, and with a rumbling sound, the door to the forbidden area closed. This was the tomb set by the ancestors of the Ao clan. Other than members of the Ao clan, no one else was allowed to enter, so it was called the forbidden area. However, although this was a tomb, it was also a refuge. In order to prevent the younger generation from being oppressed by powerful enemies, the ancestors of the Ao clan specially set up this place to protect them. Sect leader, what's going on? Why would the people of the primordial heavenly gods council attack us? The gate of the forbidden land was closed. Everyone was safe for the time being. The first elder, who had survived the disaster, asked solemnly. The primordial heavenly gods council has only been active in the immortal world recently, so I don't know much about them. However, I heard from the disciples that they are very powerful, and they are not weaker than the immortal court. They have conquered countless immortal sects, and now they are abnormally powerful. Today, they attacked us because they want us to submit. Ao Wushuang asked with a calm face. Has the request for help been sent out? It has been sent out. The mysterious god sect's mysterious sect leader and the Fury Buddha Temple's Abbot Fury Buddha should be on the way. We just need to persevere for a while longer, and we will receive support, the first elder said. When Ao Wushuang heard this, he was not as happy as he imagined. His face was still very unsightly. Even if the power of these two immortal sects arrived, would they be able to solve the peerless sect's crisis? Ao Wushuang took a deep breath and said to everyone, all of you wait here. I will enter the tomb, and no one else is allowed to enter without permission. Do you understand? Father, what are you going to do? The pale Shangwan Mei Yang asked anxiously. Today's crisis made her feel extremely pained. Many people she was familiar with had fallen one by one, but she could only watch helplessly. This feeling was unforgettable. Perhaps today was the peerless sect's doomsday. Explosions sounded out continuously outside, and the buildings in the sect collapsed one by one. The rumbling sound were extremely terrifying. Miss, don't be afraid. This servant has already sent someone to inform young Master Su Yun. Young Master Su Yun will definitely come and save us. The personal servant girl who was dressed in Shangwan Mei Yang's clothes comforted her in a low voice. Unexpectedly, when Shangwan Mei Yang heard that, her face changed. She turned around and glared at the servant girl and said angrily, Qing Shui, how can you act on your own? Who told you to do this? Miss, seeing that his miss was so ugly, Qing Shui retreated in fear and said timidly, Miss, young Master Su Yun killed the great immortal judge. His strength must be very strong. He must have a way. But do you know who we are facing? What if Su Yun is no match for him? Are you here to send him to his death? Shangwan Mei Yang was extremely angry. Her pink hair was in a mess. Her eyes were extremely terrifying, causing Qing Shui to tremble. Miss, I was wrong. Qing Shui cried. It was useless to blame her now. Shangwan Mei Yang was extremely vexed, but she was trapped here, and it was impossible for her to contact Su Yun. What should I do? Shangwan Mei Yang was extremely anxious. She looked at the others, only to see that all of their faces were filled with despair. Their eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. How could this be? Shangwan Mei Yang's lips were pale, her body swayed slightly, and she leaned against the wall weakly. Mei Yang, don't worry. Everything will be fine. We'll be safe very soon. Shangwan Qing Chung quickly walked over and gently hugged her daughter and said, Mother. Shangwan Mei Yang hugged Shangwan Qing Chung tightly. Bang! Just then, an intense explosion suddenly came from outside the forbidden grounds. Following that, The entire forbidden ground started to shake. The people inside were shaken to the point that they could not even stand properly. What's going on? Could it be that they're going to attack? Everyone be careful, the great clan elder shouted. Everyone was panicking as they stared at the entrance of the forbidden grounds. Bang! 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 The explosions became more and more frequent. It was clear that the people of the eternal celestial gods' council outside had already started to attack the entrance. Although the entrance of the forbidden grounds was created by Ao Wushuang's ancestor, it was far stronger than the sex barrier. But facing the experts of the void-returning realm, it was impossible for the entrance to protect them forever. Facing such an attack, it would not be long before it shattered. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the entrance. Everyone looked at the crack, fear filling their hearts, and some people even screamed in fright. The entrance is going to shatter. What are you panicking for? At worst, we will die. In life, we will always experience death. It's just a matter of time. At this time, an old and hoarse voice came from inside the forbidden grounds. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Ao Wushuang, who had entered the forbidden grounds before, was already walking out. But beside him, there was an old man wearing a gray robe. The old man looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, and his body was incomparably thin, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. This is the old sect master? Shangwan Qingsheng was startled, but the great clan elder beside her recognized this person. I never thought that this old man, who wanted to guard the tomb of my ancestors before I die, would not be able to live in peace. With such a thing happening to the peerless sect, it seems like I can't just wait for death in the tomb. The old man said indifferently and walked straight towards the entrance of the forbidden grounds. Mother, this old man, who is he? He's your grandfather, Ao Wushuang said. Grandfather? Shangwan Meiyang was startled. The old man turned his head and looked at the young lady in Shangwan Qingsheng's embrace. His bright and full of expression eyes burst out with light. Profound spirit god realm? Good, good. I never thought that the younger generation of my Ao family would be so capable, to have such a cultivation at such a young age. If we can survive this calamity, my Ao family will definitely rise. Grandfather, Shangwan Meiyang called out. The old man took out a ring from his hand and handed it over to Shangwan Meiyang and said, Grandfather has heard of you long ago. I originally wanted this brat to bring you over earlier, but his stubborn temper is like mine. I have been stubborn for many years, but I'm already old, and according to the instructions left behind by my ancestors, I have to enter the tomb to guard the tomb until I rest in peace. But I never thought that such a thing would happen. This is the first time Grandfather has seen you. Take this ring and make good use of it. Shangwan Meiyang's eyes became slightly moist. She took the ring and nodded. Thank you, Grandfather. Father, this ring. Shut up. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. The old man, who was also Ao Tianxing, said indifferently. Seeing Ao Wushuang's expression, Shangwan Meiyang knew that the ring was definitely not a small matter. She wore it, and in an instant, she realized that the immortal qi in her body had become brand new and actually had the urge to change. The purity of the immortal qi had reached an unprecedented height. In time, Shangwan Meiyang's achievements would definitely surpass Ao Wushuang. That was what everyone was thinking. Boom! Just then, the door of the forbidden grounds suddenly shattered, and a wave of air gushed out from the crack of the door, bringing with it a terrifying destructive force, fiercely tearing apart everything around it. Ao Wushuang immediately urged his qi to resist. But in the next second, an even more terrifying divine power struck in and bluntly struck his body. Ao Wushuang was forced to retreat, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But very quickly, these auras were forced back by an even purer and more powerful divine power. Old man Ao made his move. Which supreme being has come to my peerless sect? I wonder what you are here for. Ao Tianxing said indifferently. His voice was like a bell and actually forced the other party to retreat by 30%. Chapter 1435. The primordial heavenly gods' council has descended. All of you better obediently come out and accept your surrender. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your lives when the fighting starts. A voice came from outside the Forbidden Land. Following that, a terrifying godly power blasted over, destroying the entire gate. Ao Tianxing stomped on the ground with his left foot. His godly power spread out and a golden shield appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming power. The primordial heavenly gods council has never had any relations with my peerless sect. Why has your esteemed sect come to cause trouble here today? Ao Tianxing slowly walked out of the Forbidden Land with his hands behind his back. Although his body was stooped and he was old, he had an imposing manner that was different from a young and strong man. Just by looking at him, he gave off a surging feeling. It seemed like Ao Wushuang wasn't the only one in Peerless Sect. Ao Tianxing, someone in the primordial heavenly gods council, recognized the old man. Power King. Ao Tianxing frowned as he looked at one of the people in the primordial heavenly gods council. That person wasn't tall, and his body seemed to be somewhat bloated. However, his entire body was filled with a domineering force field that forbade strangers from approaching. Hearing the way Ao Tianxing addressed him, many people cried out in surprise. Power King. He was an existence that could move unhindered in the immortal world 10,000 years ago. It was said that he cultivated with brute force, and his brute force was incomparably powerful. He could tear dragons apart with his bare hands, and he was known as the #1 brute force expert in the immortal world. Power King originally had a sect, but it was destroyed by his enemies. His whereabouts were also unknown, but no one expected him to actually join the primordial heavenly gods council. Power King, for better or worse, you were a hero of a region, but I didn't expect you to become a lackey of the eternal celestial gods council, biting people everywhere. You really ruined your prestige back then. Ao Tianxing said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. My master, Dark Sky, can provide me with a better cultivation environment and help me reach a higher realm. Why should I care about that useless reputation? Today we have only one goal, and that is for your peerless sect to surrender to us and then hand over one of your disciples. This way, the peerless sect can survive and will not be destroyed by us. You want someone? Ao Tianxing frowned. Who do you want? The Power King raised his hand and pointed at Shangwan Qingsheng. To be exact, he was pointing at the girl in her embrace. Seeing this, Ao Wushuang's face changed greatly. He stood in front of Shangwan Meiyang and said angrily, "You want my daughter? Are you going to hand it over or not?" The Power King said indifferently. His words were filled with an unparalleled arrogance. His domineering force field seemed to be expanding, wanting to envelop the other party. "What do you want my granddaughter for?" Ao Tianxing said coldly. He didn't think that the Power King had taken a fancy to Shangwan Meiyang. Although Shangwan Meiyang's looks weren't bad, the immortal world was huge. How could there be a lack of beautiful women? There was no need for Power King to make such a big fuss over Shangwan Meiyang. You don't need to know this. All you need to know is that if you surrender and hand her over, then the lives of your peerless sect members will be spared. If not, you will die. The Power King said in a domineering manner. He had no intention of negotiating with the people from the peerless sect. Instead, he used a commanding tone. Under the absolute power of the eternal heavenly gods council, the peerless sect had no way of resisting. How could Ao Tianxing and Ao Wushuang not know this? The two of them fell silent. The Power King wasn't the strongest person in the eternal heavenly gods council. Beside him stood a blue-haired middle-aged man. The man had his hands behind his back, and he had been silently watching everything. His aura was restrained, and his strength was unfathomable. From the position he was standing and the fact that the Power King's force field hadn't enveloped his body, it could be seen that his position wasn't inferior to the Power King's. Ao Tianxing could deal with the Power King, but what about the middle-aged man? What about the remaining experts of the eternal heavenly gods council? If they really fought, the peerless sect would definitely be in a one-sided situation. Sect Master. Right at this time, a figure quietly scuttled over from a distance. Seeing the person, Ao Wushuang's face lit up. He asked in a low voice, "Have the people from the mysterious God sect and the Fury Buddha temple arrived?" "They're here, they're here," the person said excitedly. When Ao Wushuang heard this, his tensed face finally relaxed a little. Even if the two sects couldn't solve the problem, having more power would increase their chances of success. "They're finally here. They're finally here. The mysterious God sect and our peerless sect have been friends for many years, and we're as close as brothers. Now that our peerless sect is in trouble, how could they not come?" The Fury Buddha abbot of the Fury Buddha temple follows the Dharma as his own law and has compassion in his heart. Even if the people here are plunged into misery and suffering, he will not stand idly by. "That's great. We're saved." The elders of the peerless sect were extremely excited. Soon, a powerful aura came from the surroundings, and a large number of immortals rushed over. Ao Wushuang and Ao Tianxing looked at those figures. That's right. They were the people of the Fury Buddha temple and the mysterious God sect. And the leaders of the two sects were none other than Xian Huang and the Fury Buddha abbot. The two of them stared straight at the forbidden area without looking away. They also flew straight over at an extremely fast speed. Ao Wushuang laughed and cupped his fists. "Brother Xian Huang, I trust you've been well since we last met. Fury Buddha abbot, Wushuang greets Grandmaster here." "Brother Wushuang, you don't look too well," Xian Huang said faintly and flew over. However, he did not stand on the peerless sect side, but turned in the air and landed on the side of the eternal celestial gods council. The Fury Buddha abbot did the same. With a chant, he followed Xian Huang and landed next to the Force King. The disciples of the mysterious God sect and the Fury Buddha temple immediately landed there. In the blink of an eye, countless figures filled the forbidden area of the peerless sect. Seeing this, Ao Wushuang's smile froze, and his face turned extremely pale. "Brother Xian Huang, Master Abbot, it seems like these two sects are not here to help your peerless sect," the Force King said faintly with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He liked the look on Ao Wushuang's face, which made him feel as though he was in control of the whole situation. "Brother Wushuang, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm not here to help you today. On the contrary, I'm here to persuade Brother Wushuang to turn back from the wrong path and quickly join the eternal celestial gods council. Don't go further and further down the wrong path," Xian Huang said in a low voice, his voice filled with a trace of coldness. I didn't expect the mysterious God sect and the Fury Buddha temple to join the eternal celestial gods council. This force is indeed very capable. If the immortal court was here, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand your evil schemes, right? Ao Tianxing slowly closed his eyes and said faintly, "About very good indeed. What the eternal celestial gods council is doing is righteous, and it is enough to deliver all living beings from suffering. As a Buddhist, we naturally have to do our best. In the future, when we cultivate the great Tao and meet the Gautama Buddha will definitely praise us for our actions," the Fury Buddha abbot said slowly. "Hey," Ao Wushuang spat and said angrily, "Righteous? Deliver all living beings from suffering? How many sects has the eternal celestial gods council destroyed? Don't you know how many living beings have been slaughtered? If this is also to deliver all living beings from suffering, then aren't all the so-called evil in the myriad of worlds trying to deliver all living beings from suffering? Then wasn't the immortal court trying to deliver all living beings from suffering? Why don't I see the people of the Fury Buddha temple following them?" When the Fury Buddha abbot heard this, his eyes burned with anger. He chanted in a low voice and shouted, "Benefactor Wushuang, a devil has formed in your heart and you need to be delivered from suffering. Let this old monk help you correct your errant heart." As soon as he finished speaking, the Fury Buddha abbot leaped and charged toward Ao Wushuang. He struck out with his palm, and it was filled with firepower. A violent aura swept away the clouds. "Wushuang, don't force yourself," Ao Tianxing said solemnly. "Father, don't worry," Ao Wushuang shouted and also leaped out, punching toward the Fury Buddha abbot. Unparalleled art. The fist surged with endless profound, sweeping up the violent aura in the surroundings. With unparalleled power, it smashed toward the Fury Buddha abbot. Bang! The two clashed head-on, but they were evenly matched. Both were forced back, and they were evenly matched. Great Mercy Mantra! The Fury Buddha abbot was enraged by Ao Wushuang's actions. He no longer had any scruples and attacked in anger, each move carrying a terrifying fury. He roared a Buddhist mantra, and huge words with flames flew out of his mouth, bombarding Ao Wushuang. Unparalleled divine fist. Ao Wushuang did not dodge, and he faced the Fury Buddha head-on. His fist contained the power of heaven and earth, and it was unparalleled in the world. It smashed toward the Buddha words, and in an instant, the Buddha words dissipated without a trace. The Fury Buddha abbot flew into a rage, as his moves became fiercer and faster. He roared angrily, "You're dead for sure." The palm directly slashed toward Ao Wushuang, and the terrifying fury seemed to want to tear Ao Wushuang apart. The power of the Buddha power and the fury had increased by an unknown amount, and as the Fury Buddha abbot's fury continued to increase, his ability also continued to increase. It seemed that his current strength had surpassed existences of the same level, and he was already a person who had crossed levels. Not good. If this goes on, Wushuang will lose. Ao Tianxing's voice gradually deepened. The Fury Buddha scripture that the Fury Buddha abbot cultivated was an unfathomable Buddhist dharma. It focused on transforming anger into Buddha power. Anger was born from the heart, and the heart gave birth to the will. The will turned into power, and power created all things in heaven and earth. The Buddhist dharma was all-encompassing, and all things returned to the beginning. Monks were compassionate, and their hearts were compassionate. However, the Fury Buddha scripture focused on killing and violence. It focused on using violence to eliminate evil, using violence to save the common people, and to deliver all spirits from suffering. Although it was an unorthodox Buddhist dharma, it was powerful, especially under such circumstances. The Fury Buddha abbot became angrier the more he fought, and the stronger he became. If this continued, Ao Wushuang would have no advantage at all. As expected, the Fury Buddha abbot rushed over, and a series of shocking palm strikes forced Ao Wushuang to retreat again and again. Unable to counterattack, he could only defend. The outcome of the battle seemed clear. "Benefactor, it's over." The Fury Buddha abbot suddenly shouted in a low voice. Then, flames burst out from his body, and within the flames, there seemed to be the shadow of an angry Buddha. His palm strike was full of power, and it was terrifying beyond compare. Ao Wushuang's eyes turned cold, but at this moment, there was not the slightest trace of fear. He also punched out, but at the moment the tip of his fist struck out, a strange force lingered around it. "God Force!" Someone cried out in surprise. He used a magic treasure? Crap. Abbott's immortal energy alone is definitely no match for God Force. The voices did not stop. Seeing this, the Fury Buddha abbot's heart jumped. It seemed that Ao Wushuang had been pretending to be weak all along, deliberately looking for an opportunity to kill in one blow. If this move landed, he would definitely lose. The destructive power of God Force was not something immortal energy could compare to. Killing intent flashed in the Fury Buddha abbot's eyes, but he had no choice but to take it head-on. But right at that moment, a cold snort came from the Eternal Celestial Gods Council's group. This snort was abnormally cold, and it also contained terrifying God Force. It hit Ao Wushuang's body with incomparable speed, and his body retreated several steps. His move was also interrupted. The Fury Buddha abbot's eyes shone with golden light, and he did not show any mercy. His palm directly struck Ao Wushuang's chest. Poochie! Ao Wushuang coughed up blood essence, and he was directly sent flying. He slammed into the wall of the forbidden area and was seriously injured. Chapter 1436. How despicable! Everyone was enraged when they saw this. Ao Tianxing took a step forward and pushed back the Fury Buddha abbot. He roared, shameless. You can't win a duel, so you attacked secretly. Is everyone in the Eternal God's Council like this? The people of Peerless Sect were all enraged, sneak attacking. Moreover, it was that unfathomable gray-robed middle-aged man. How despicable was he? The Fury Buddha knew that Ao Wushuang was being sneak attacked, but he didn't stop and attacked instead. He was truly shameless. Ao Wushuang used a treasure without permission. We haven't even called him despicable, so how can you call us shameless? Moreover, this was originally an unfair battle. The Fury Buddha abbot was merciful and couldn't bear to injure him, but Ao Wushuang didn't know what was good for him. Every move he made was a killing move. Did he think that the Buddha abbot's tolerance was a sign of weakness? Is there a need to be polite to such a person? The gray-robed, middle-aged man beside Force King said indifferently, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed of his sneak attack. Instead, he turned black into white. Sire can be considered a senior, yet you treat juniors so shamelessly. If the Eternal God's Council is like this, why will my Peerless Sect join? Ao Tianxing bellowed in anger. That's right. Even if I die, I won't join the Eternal Celestial God's Council. Don't even think about making me hand over my daughter. Ao Wushuang angrily said as he was supported up by someone. It seems like you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The gray-robed middle-aged man closed his eyes and lightly shook his head. Force King understood and said indifferently, then let's not waste time. Since Peerless Sect isn't willing to submit or hand over the daughter, we can only act according to the rules of the Eternal God's Council. All of you listen up. From now on, everyone in Peerless Sect is on the enemy list. If you see anyone related to Peerless Sect, kill without mercy. Don't be lenient. Let them know the consequences of going against the will of the Eternal God's Council. Yes. The moment he finished speaking, the people of the Eternal God's Council charged toward the people of Peerless Sect. There was no need to waste time. Since Peerless Sect had chosen to resist, they could only use force to make them submit. Stop! Right at this moment, a delicate shout resounded. The Power King and the others frowned. They looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that the person who had spoken was Shangwan Meiyang. I don't know why you want to capture me, but if you don't stop, I'll kill myself immediately. Just then, Shangwan Meiyang took out a sharp dagger from somewhere and directly placed it on her chest. The dagger was imbued with immortal qi. If she were to stab down, it would most likely pierce through her soul. Stop! The gray-robed middle-aged man said calmly. Everyone stopped and looked at Shangwan Meiyang. As expected, these people were here for Shangwan Meiyang, and they wanted her alive. Girl, what are you going to do? Asked the Power King. Didn't you want my Peerless Sect to submit to you? If we agree to submit, I will also obediently return with you. Shangwan Meiyang bit her lips and said softly, Yang, don't talk. Later, follow your mother and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Dad will deal with this. Ao Wushuang said in a deep voice. Father, grandfather, Yang knows that if we do this, we will bring shame to the Peerless Sect and destroy the reputation that we have built up over 10,000 years. But no matter what, it's better than dying here. Even though Yang is a girl, I understand that a man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. So many of our Peerless Sect's disciples have died in the hands of the ancient heavenly gods. Don't you want revenge? Submitting is only a temporary humiliation. It does not mean eternal humiliation. In the future, when we become stronger, we will still have a chance, right? How could Shangwan Meiyang not feel bitter in her heart? But she understood that if she still refused to submit, there would only be one ending. Everyone here would die, and she would not be able to escape the fate of being captured or even killed. Rather than that, it was better to temporarily endure the humiliation and wait for the opportunity to plot something else in the future. Ao Tianxing and Ao Wushuang were stubborn and refused to submit, but Shangwan Meiyang followed her mother's instincts and saw through it. Hearing that, the gray-robed man nodded his head and said indifferently, This girl is far-sighted, and her wisdom is not bad. If not for your special use, I would have taken you in as a disciple. May I ask, Senior, Why do you want to capture me? Shangguan Meiyang hesitated for a moment and asked softly, I heard that you have a disciple named Su Qing, and this Su Qing, is Su Yun's weakness. It's just that ever since Su Qing, left the peerless sect, no one knows where she went, and it's hard to find her. If we can borrow your name to summon Su Qing, back, and then we can capture her, we will definitely be able to exchange for the ominous sword. It is said that in Su Yun's heart, nothing can compare to Su Qing. The gray-robed man did not hide anything, and directly stated his purpose. This was also to signal to the people of the peerless sect that he did not intend to harm Shangguan Meiyang's life. Qing, Shangguan Meiyang was startled. Her eyes moved, and then said, I don't know where Qing, is now. Even if you capture me, it's useless. You don't have to worry about this. We will bring you back, and someone will use the mind-reading technique on you. If you really don't know, then we'll talk about it again. The gray-robed man said, but did not mention letting Shangguan Meiyang go. Shangguan Meiyang's eyes trembled, and her face became extremely pale. No, I can't betray Qing, and even more so, I can't betray Su Yun. Her eyes drooped, and she suddenly regretted it. If she did that, wouldn't she be using Su Yun and Qing, lives to exchange for her own? So, the people of the peerless sect, are you going to submit or resist? Make your decision. Don't waste any more time. Power King said. His voice was already filled with impatience. Shangguan Meiyang lowered her head and turned to look at her parents, the corners of her mouth raised into a bright smile. Father, mother, grandfather, Yang will not forget you. Shangguan Meiyang laughed softly, then turned around and walked towards the other side. Ao Wushuang heard and was stunned. What does that mean? However, in the next second, Ao Wushuang's expression changed. He could feel the aura in Shangguan Meiyang's body quietly rushing toward his brain. She wants to destroy my memories and not let the people of the Eternal Heaven God's Council read my memories? No, Yang Ao Wushuang roared and immediately rushed forward. However, the gray-robed man seemed to have sensed Shangguan Meiyang's abnormality and coldly snorted and angrily said, Reckless, at this critical juncture, you still dare to play tricks? Power King, kill them for me. There's no need to care about their feelings anymore. Kill. Power King was stunned. He did not know that Shangguan Meiyang planned to destroy his memories. But since the gray-robed man had already spoken, he did not hesitate and directly rushed towards Ao Wushuang. Xian Huang and Fury Buddha Abbot also did not hesitate and directly attacked the people of the peerless sect. Powerful, powerful, as expected of the people of the Eternal Heaven God's Council. Each and every one of them is truly powerful. Relying on numbers, relying on profound cultivation. You want to bully and humiliate others? If today's matter spreads out, I believe that the sects of the immortal world will not submit to you. Wait until the immortal sects form an alliance, then form a resistance army. I see that your Eternal Heaven God's Council will also follow the path of the immortal court. Right at this time, a voice floated over, followed by a slender sword flying from afar, directly piercing in front of the people of the peerless sect. The sword landed on the ground, and sword chi surged out from the sword like a wave, sweeping towards the people of the Eternal Heaven God's Council. Ooh, the Force King shouted. However, a pitch-black figure landed in front of them like a bolt of black lightning. Where did this wild brat come from to actually dare to meddle in the affairs of the Eternal Heaven God's Council? Die! Xian Huang bellowed and directly punched toward Su Yun. Su Yun was wearing a cloak, so he could not clearly see who it was, but with Power King and the gray-robed middle-aged man backing him up, Xian Huang did not have any misgivings. However, the moment he punched out, Xian Huang regretted it, because an even more vast and terrifying sword chi directly wrapped around him, like a meat grinder ruthlessly curling towards his arm. Xian Huang's expression changed. The guy in front of him clearly had a sharp sword on the ground. How could he release such a terrifying sword chi? He wanted to pull his arm back, but it was too late. The sword chi directly minced his arm. His immortal chi was like paper, unable to defend at all. He was also blasted away. One of his arms crippled. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Xian Huang was defeated in one move. The gray-robed, middle-aged man frowned. Shameless person, don't embarrass yourself here. Quickly scram. Su Yun retracted his arm, sword chi coiling around his body, and said indifferently to Xian Huang, Power King and Fury Buddha. Abbot frowned. What astonishing strength. This youngster does not seem to be as weak as he looks. Everyone thought, although it was only one move, but it gave them a huge shock. Who are you? Power King asked solemnly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that today, you will not be able to take Shangwan Mei Yang away, nor will you be able to destroy Peerless Sect. Su Yin said. Hearing that, Power King secretly snorted. Stinking brat, such arrogant words. Do you know who we are? Ancient Heavenly Gods Council. You know who we are, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Don't tell me you don't know how to write the word death. Quickly scram. Otherwise, I will kill you as well. Power King roared. His voice was like a bell. The sound wave directly spread out, striking towards Su Yun. But Su Yun did not move. He was not affected at all. A group of motley crew. Why wouldn't you dare to be arrogant? Su Yun stared at Power King and the rest, and said, I advise you to scram, or else you won't be able to leave later. Madman, do you really think you are invincible? Little do you know that killing you is like crushing an ant. Watch how I kill you. Power King was unable to restrain his anger, and wanted to rush forward to fight with Su Yun. To deal with such a reckless person, why bother Master King to personally come out? Wait for this old monk to capture him. Fury Buddha, Abbot snorted. He leaped up and started chanting. Su Yun's arrogant words had angered him. Chapter 1437. Angry Buddha, Abbot, you are not worthy to fight with me. If you really want to fight, Power King, come at me together. Su Yun glanced at the angry Buddha Abbot who was rushing over and said, How arrogant was he to say those words? A single person was not worthy to fight with him. And he even wanted Power King to fight with him? If this person was not an idiot, then this person was indeed very strong. Power King clenched his fists tightly, but he did not make a move. Since the angry Buddha Abbot had gone up, he could help him probe the young man's strength. The reason why Xian Huang was defeated in one move just now was because he was too careless, and now that the angry Buddha Abbot was prepared, he did not know what would happen. Su Yun's words fiercely provoked the angry Buddha Abbot. He was angry, and looking at the man's indifferent eyes, he became more and more angry, and more angry. Was this guy an idiot? He knew that the person in front of him was the angry Buddha Abbot and could not be angered, yet he still said such words. The angrier the angry Buddha Abbot was, the stronger he became. Interesting, it seems like he is just an arrogant fellow who does not know the difference between life and death. Power King suddenly laughed in his heart. The angry Buddha Abbot's figure was like fire, bringing with it a blazing battle intent. He struck out with his palm. There was a 10,000-character seal in his palm. It seemed to be able to contain everything. But the moment the palm print attacked, Su Yun's hand formed a finger and pierced the palm. Poochie, the angry Buddha Abbot's palm was instantly pierced through, and he quickly retreated. Seeing that, Power King was stunned. The gray-robed man also frowned. What a sharp attack. Not only was this person's technique extremely exquisite, his destructive power was also extremely shocking. He was a pure sword cultivator, and his attainments in the way of the sword were extremely high. The people from the Peerless Sect did not think much of it. Su Yun's back was facing them the entire time, and with his cloak, they could not see his appearance clearly. However, Shangwan Mei Yang covered her mouth with her small hands. She was surprised and excited. She knew who the person in front of her was. She never thought that he would actually come, and come alone. Could it be that he was really not afraid? Didn't he know that these people were here for him? Su Yun stood there perfectly straight, motionless, his sword eyes sharp, giving off a stubborn feeling that he would rather break than bend. The Fury Buddha Abbot knew that this person wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. After that, he stood up straight and formed Buddha seals with one hand. His other hand shook, and a blazing monastic robe appeared in his hand. He draped the monastic robe over his body as his rage surged frenziedly. His eyes also turned red as rage blazed and erupted forth, causing his combat prowess to increase at a crazy rate. "I will redeem you," the furious Buddha abbot roared, chanting in Buddhist language. The Buddhist light behind him flashed, complementing his terrifying anger. Like a giant's palm, it fiercely smashed toward Su Yun. "Pudu? Umph." Killing intent flashed in Su Yun's eyes. The sword chi overflowed, wrapping around the angry Buddha abbot's body. It started to frantically corrode the anger and strength on his body. But the angry Buddha abbot acted as if he did not know the pain and continued to rush forward. As if he had gone mad, he was fearless. "Scram!" Su Yun roared, his palm struck out. A terrifying palm wind was released. The palm wind was completely covered with god power, transforming into sword chi. The terrifying sword chi crisscrossed together, forming a dense sword wind, blowing towards the angry Buddha abbot. Boundless Buddha Dharma. The angry Buddha abbot pressed down with his palm. The Buddha power surged, as if he wanted to resist the sword wind. The anger in his entire body seemed to want to burn him, releasing his strongest power. The sword wind was being consumed bit by bit, and the Buddha power was also disappearing bit by bit. The angry Buddha abbot seemed to be able to withstand this attack. But in the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. The angry Buddha abbot was shocked. He immediately raised his hand to attack, but the person also punched out, smashing towards his chest. So fast, so ruthless, so poisonous. The angry Buddha abbot had thousands of thoughts in his mind, but at this time, how could he think about anything else? Puchi! The fist directly shattered his arm and pierced through his chest. The defense of the angry Buddha abbot was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. He widened his eyes and looked at the ice-cold man in front of him. Even now, he still couldn't believe it. "You actually hurt me?" The angry Buddha abbot stammered. "Hurt you? Is it very difficult?" Su Yun pulled his hand out from his chest, grabbed his neck, and actually lifted him up with one hand. The angry Buddha abbot continued to struggle, releasing his chi, but at this moment he was shocked to discover that after Su Yun approached him, the strength in his entire body was suppressed to the point that he could not produce even the slightest bit of it. Strength. It was the suppression of strength. Absolute strength had completely suppressed his own strength, and he was unable to use it in the slightest. This person's strength was too terrifying. It was simply incomparable. Only then did the angry Buddha abbot realize just how powerful the person he was challenging was. "I told you to attack together with Power King, but you didn't listen. Since that's the case, then you can go and die." Su Yun snorted. He suddenly clenched his fist, and a burst of sword force flowed out from his palm, instantly pervading the angry Buddha abbot's body. The abbot's body instantly exploded, and he died like a blooming flower. Everyone present was shocked. The angry Buddha abbot died just like that? How long did he even last? The monks of the angry Buddha temple looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and fear. The angry Buddha abbot was dead. Wouldn't they also be in trouble? Bastard! Power King was enraged. He looked at the gray-robed man beside him, slightly disappointed. Just now, when Su Yun killed the angry Buddha abbot, the gray-robed man could have stopped him, but he did not do so. Could it be that he intentionally wanted to sacrifice the angry Buddha abbot? "You're Su Yun, right?" Just then, the gray-robed man suddenly spoke. "Oh, you actually recognized me?" Su Yun flicked the bright red liquid on his palm and said indifferently, "But isn't it a little too late to recognize me now?" With that said, the people of Peerless Sect flared up. Su Yun? It's actually you?" Ao Wushuang did not expect that Su Yun would actually come to save them. Xian Huang and the angry Buddha abbot had betrayed them and relied on the eternal heaven god's counsel. And Su Yun, whom he did not place his hopes on, had actually come to help at this crucial moment. Furthermore, he was alone. Why? Could it be that it was really because of old feelings? Was it worth it? How difficult was it for an immortal to cultivate to this level? People in this realm would cherish their lives very much and wouldn't easily take risks. Even though Ao Wushuang resented Xian Huang and Furious Buddha, he could understand their actions. After all, the Eternal Celestial Gods Council was very powerful, and they might have been forced to do so. But betrayal was betrayal. There was no need to be polite. You are a mortal friend, Su Yin? I have heard Wushuang mention you. Today's matter has nothing to do with a mortal friend. This place is dangerous. You should quickly leave. Our peerless sect will take care of it. Ao Tianxing looked at Su Yun and said, although he knew that Su Yun's strength was not simple. The people in front of him were all experts. He was just one person. How could he turn the situation around? Your peerless sect will take care of it? Su Yun turned his head, revealing a pale face under the cloak. Can you really take care of these people? Can you really protect Yang'e? If you can't, it's better not to speak. And Ao Tianxing was speechless. He did not know how to refute. One arrogant young man. But with his strength, being arrogant was not too much. The gray-robed man glanced at Su Yun, then said, Su Yun, I see that your talent is unparalleled, and your strength is strong. If you're nurtured, you will definitely be able to walk your own path in the future and become the ruler of the world. But even though you have such talent, you do not have the opportunity, you do not have a strong platform to use as a springboard. Even if your talent is unparalleled, you can only remain unknown and might even provoke a strong enemy and die. I will give you a chance, as long as you enter my Master Dark Sky and pledge allegiance to the Eternal Heaven Gods Council. Then I can guarantee that you will definitely rise, and your life will definitely shine. Oh, the Eternal Heaven Gods Council is really that powerful? Su Yun laughed. Then should I thank you? You agree? The gray-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of light. No, Su Yun directly rejected. You, Power King, was enraged. You guys want to recruit me, but only because you want my ominous sword. You guys do not dare to use force against me, and have sent people to recruit me again and again, because you are afraid of my strength. After all, I have overturned the Immortal Court. You guys are afraid that even if you defeat me and obtain the ominous sword, your strength will be greatly reduced. And you are worried that you will not be able to protect the ominous sword. So you guys want to take me down without any bloodshed. Don't use our tolerance as a barrier for you to be unbridled. Master Dark Sky has already instructed, if you are not willing to surrender, we can only destroy you. The gray-robed man released his killing intent. But it was also clear that Su Yun had spoken of their weakness. Since Sire wants to make a move, then hurry up and make a move. Why are you wasting time? Could it be that you guys still have hope of persuading me to surrender? Su Yun laughed indifferently. The current him was like a monkey, leisurely and contented, without the slightest bit of nervousness. Bastard! Power King was completely enraged. He directly rushed forward. All the muscles on his body swelled up. A terrifying power surged out. A force field came pressing down, as though the sky was falling, directly smashing towards Su Yun. I want you dead! A terrifying power swept out. Compared to him, Raging Buddha Abbot was many times weaker. You want me to die? Forgive me for speaking bluntly. You are still lacking. Su Yun snorted. Without the slightest bit of fear, he similarly raised his hand. Accumulating strength in his fist, he fiercely smashed towards the incoming fist. The terrifying fist tip directly pounced towards Surge Force King, the two fists colliding. Then, an inconceivable scene appeared. Power King was shaken. He directly retreated more than 10 steps, while Su Yun himself did not move at all, like a mountain. Is this Su Yun's strength? How terrifying! Chapter 1438. The Power King was a power cultivator. His brute force was extremely terrifying, but when he fought with this young man head-on, he actually lost in terms of strength. The Power King stabilized his body. He raised his eyes and looked at Su Yun, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? How could I lose in terms of strength? This was impossible. That brat, what method did he use? He definitely did not just use strength. He must have used some other method. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such power. The Power King comforted himself in his heart. He did not want to lose confidence just like that. The surrounding people also revealed looks of shock. They also could not believe that Su Yun had used strength to defeat the Power King. He definitely had other methods. Oh, the dignified Power King only has this much strength? You are truly unworthy of your title. Su Yun said indifferently. Hey, despicable, you obviously secretly used god power. If not, do you think you can beat me in terms of brute force? The Power King scolded. Despicable? You actually have the face to call me despicable? What a joke, when you guys bully those weak immortal sects with your brute force. Why didn't you call yourself despicable? When you guys came to capture Shangwan Mei Yang, with the intention of using her to threaten me, why didn't you call yourself despicable? Now you're saying that I'm despicable? Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Furthermore, who told you that I used god power in my punch just now? Su Yun sneered. He suddenly moved quickly. He was extremely fast, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the Power King. The Power King's heart jumped. He immediately waved both of his hands towards Su Yun. The terrifying power that swept through the heaven and earth pressed down on Su Yun. It had to be said, the Power King's power cultivation was truly powerful. He did not hold back in the two hurried punches, and used all of his strength to throw them out. Regardless of the terrifying pressure, it seemed to be able to cut off Su Yun's attack. Su Yun took a deep breath. His eyes turned sinister, bringing with him a hysterical and berserk intent. He fiercely smashed forward. Dong! The fist smashed onto the Power King's shoulder, and without any accidents, his body directly fell down, fiercely smashing onto the ground. The ground of the peerless sect's forbidden grounds instantly crumbled. The terrifying power turned the entire place into an earthquake zone, making it impossible for anyone to stand. This was pure power. If it was said that Su Yun's hasty counterattack was too fast and everyone did not see it carefully, then this attack, most people were well aware of it because in that place, there were no fluctuations of god power, nor the slightest fluctuation of immortal chi. Su Yun completely relied on his body technique and relied on his strength to throw out this punch. This was a complete suppression of power. The Herculean King was inferior. Not only is this guy's cultivation powerful, but his physical body is also not weak. The gray-robed middle-aged man thought to himself. When the people of the peerless sect saw this, they were all excited. The disciples even revealed looks of worship. Who wouldn't respect such a powerful expert? Shangwan Mei Yang was even more shocked. From what she saw today, Su Yun's strength seemed to have grown to an immeasurable height. She knew that she and Su Yun were people from two different worlds and could not be compared at all. For some reason, Shangwan Mei Yang felt a trace of helplessness in her heart, but she quickly hid that feeling. Of course, the most surprised person was not Shangwan Mei Yang, but Shangwan Qingcheng. Thinking back to the first time she met Su Yun, it was only in the Sky Martial Continent. At that time, although his talent was not bad, and he was considered an expert in the Sky Martial Continent, who would have thought that the current Su Yun had already grown to such a terrifying level? The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Do you still think that I'm using god power? Su Yun stared at Power King, who was crawling up with difficulty, and said indifferently, Damn it! Power King was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was actually beaten up so miserably by Su Yun. If this matter were spread, how could he still have the face to stand in the immortal world? The Power King took out a golden pill and threw it into his mouth. Gulp! When the pill entered his stomach, golden lines immediately crawled out of Power King's skin. Like golden snakes, it was sinister and terrifying, and the force field around his body also increased by a few hundred times. The walls of the forbidden grounds were crushed by the force field, and the people around him were directly sent flying. Be careful! Ao Tianxing's face changed. He immediately pulled Shangwan Qingcheng and Shangwan Mei Yang and retreated. He actually used a pill. Let's go. Ao Wushuang roared and retreated. While the people of the ancient Heaven Gods Council did not dare to stay any longer, all of them retreated frantically. Only the gray-robed middle-aged man did not move an inch. Some of the people who did not retreat in time were directly crushed by the terrifying force field. Even their souls could not fly out and were directly shattered. With a rumble, the forbidden grounds of the unparalleled sect was turned into fine powder, completely shattered. The ground was also pierced through, and the clouds below were instantly shattered. Such a terrifying scene caused everyone to tremble in fear. The force field over there was already strong enough to easily tear apart an early-stage spirit god realm existence. Su Yun frowned. He felt that his body was abnormally heavy, such a powerful force field. Even he could not ignore it. What pill did Power King consume to actually raise his strength to such an extent? How is it? Stinking brat, can you feel my unparalleled strength? Power King's eyes were golden. His voice was like thunder. It was extremely oppressive. Looking at Su Yun, it was like a god looking at an ant. It was an intense self-confidence, just like his current strength, indestructible. That look of disdain made Su Yun extremely unhappy. He snorted and said, "Using pills to forcefully raise your own strength? What a joke! Previously you slandered me for using god power, scolded me for being despicable. But now what are you doing? Winner takes all. Why speak so much? A true expert, as long as they can win, it doesn't matter what methods they use." The gray-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. "Is that so?" Su Yun snorted. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and walked to the side of the dual moon sword. "Since it's like this, then I'll be more serious. Come, Power King!" He shouted loudly. His strong self-confidence was definitely not inferior to Power King. This was the pride of swordsmen. With a sword in hand, there was nothing in the world to fear. "You still want to stand in front of me? Very good. Since that's the case, I'll send you to see the Fury Buddha." Power King roared and rushed forward. His speed was so fast that he could not be seen, at least 50 times faster than after swallowing the pill. But this speed was not considered fast in Su Yun's eyes. It had to be known that Su Yun was also a person who excelled in speed. When he got close to Su Yun, Power King raised his fist, and when he swung it out, the space between the fist was directly torn apart. The space twisted, and following the extension of the fist, it continued to twist, and when it got close to Su Yun, the space around him was already completely deformed. The destructive aura rippled crazily. The immortal chi was nothing at that moment. This incomparably tyrannical aura vowed to crush everything in the world. But just as the fist was about to reach its target, a sharp sword suddenly shot out. A large number of sword images appeared. Countless sword lights shot out like rays of light from the sun, stimulating the eyes of the surrounding people. Even the gray-robed middle-aged man could not help but blink. Sword chi. The gray-robed middle-aged man's heart jumped. He stared at the person. This was not the sword chi that Su Yun had used before. This sword chi was even more ferocious, even stronger, and even sharper. The sword chi from before was condensed from Su Yun's own understanding, comprehension, and knowledge of the way of the sword. Although it was also very strong, but compared to the current sword chi, there was an intrinsic difference, because this sword aura was being released from the sword in his hand. The force field was destroyed, the destructive aura was flattened. Even the distorted space was flattened by the miraculous sword chi. The unparalleled tyrannical force field was instantly suppressed by the miraculous sword chi, without the slightest bit of mercy. His strongest point was not his strength, but his sword chi. Moreover, his sword was even stronger and more terrifying than his strength. The gray-robed middle-aged man's face changed. He stared at the scene unblinkingly, only to see layers of sword images appearing. Following that, Power King was instantly enveloped by the sword images. His imposing attack also instantly stopped. He maintained his attacking posture, not moving at all, and the life force in his body was also rapidly flowing away. Everything seemed to have calmed down, as if the world that should have entered the apocalypse had instantly turned into a sunny day after the rain. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's eyes were immediately filled with rage, his face extremely ugly. Power King opened his eyes wide. Looking at the man holding the sword in front of him, he wanted to gasp for breath. He used all his strength, but realized that he was already unable to do such a simple thing. Why? Power King groaned. His breathing gradually stopped. He fell down, and the moment he fell, his body immediately split into dozens of pieces. His ending was extremely miserable. Power King dead. Everyone on both sides were silent. Even Power King was defeated, and even after using the pill to increase his strength, he was still defeated, and he was killed by the young man in front of him with a single sword strike. There was simply no way to retaliate. He was being suppressed in all aspects. That dazzling and beautiful sword, just what level of comprehension did a person have to have in the way of the sword to be able to unleash such a dazzling sword strike? Ao Tian Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. He was the strongest person in the Peerless sect, but in front of the ancient god and the others, he was nothing. And in front of this young man, he was like an ant. He believed that he would not be able to receive this sword, nor would he be able to dodge it. This person was even more terrifying. Luckily, Su Yun is a friend and not an enemy. If I had such an enemy, the Peerless sect would have perished. Ao Wushuang thought inwardly. Very good. Su Yun, it seems like our ancient God Council will no longer need to persuade you to surrender in the future. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's voice was filled with dense anger. He stared fixedly at Su Yun. If you are not willing to submit, then accept your death. With that said, the gray-robed man raised his hand, waved it, and shouted, "Kill! Leave no one alive." With that said, the ancient God Council, mysterious God sect, and Fury Buddha Temple all rushed over. They were not worried about Su Yun, because the gray-robed middle-aged man had already made his move. Chapter 1439. The gray-robed middle-aged man's strength far surpassed Power King's. He actually had the strength of the peak of the Origin Void, and was not inferior to Su Yun in the slightest. An existence of his level, against the Divine Dragon Lord and the Great Immortal Judge, he had the strength to fight, and was even stronger than the Divine Eagle Lord. Seeing that, Su Yun's face congealed. Just what kind of existence was the primordial celestial gods council? How could any random person possess such terrifying strength? Then, what about their leader, Dark Sky? What kind of person was he? Su Yun could not imagine. The current him could not contend against him, right? However, he believed that Dark Sky would not casually attack him. After all, Su Yun still held the World Extermination Sword in his hand. Even though he could not use the sword casually, to Dark Sky, it was a form of deterrence. He did not know if Su Yun would be forced into a corner and take out the World Extermination Sword. As for the gray-robed middle-aged man, he also had such misgivings. Although he rushed over aggressively, he secretly held back. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately retreat. But no matter what, he still had to test Su Yun. The rumor said that the ominous sword was merciless. Once it was taken out, it would destroy everything, regardless of friend or foe. No one could control the ominous sword, and it was even more impossible for Su Yun. Die! The moment the gray-robed, middle-aged man got close, he used a killing move. His loose robes lifted towards Su Yun, and a wave of destructive wind blew out. The destructive wind transformed into a chi dragon, roaring and crashing into Su Yun. Sword screen. Su Yun held onto the sword with one hand, releasing the sword chi, forming a strange chi screen in front of him. The chi dragon struck, causing the chi screen to tremble, but in the end, it did not break. Sword force. Su Yun used his move again. The sharp sword intent instantly covered the surroundings, like a flood. The terrifying sword force struck the gray-robed, middle-aged man's body like frost, causing his mobility to decrease by a lot. Force. The gray-robed, middle-aged man was not to be outdone. He roared. His aura burst forth, vaguely giving off a feeling of wanting to shake the sword force. Su Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He twisted the sword in his hand. The blood meridians in his body trembled a few times. Following that, an even more powerful and heavy sharp intent erupted. Sword might. He let out a loud roar, and the might of his sword burst forth. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and it viciously smashed onto the middle-aged man in the gray robe. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's body immediately sank a little. It was difficult for him to maintain his balance in the air. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to activate the divine power in his body to resist the terrifying pressure. If this continued, he would definitely be suppressed by Su Yun. Don't be too arrogant. Take this. Gray cloaked divine incantation. The gray-robed, middle-aged man stared at the sword aura and finally made his move again. He raised both of his hands, and his gray robe fluttered. Two rays of nirvana light shot out from within, as though they wanted to tear everything apart, and swept towards Su Yun. The terrifying nirvana light seemed to have pierced through time and space, ignoring the laws and elements. Any immortal chi or divine power was like nothing in front of it, and instantly arrived in front of Su Yun. Su Yun anxiously turned to dodge, but it was too late. He forcefully took the attack and was struck down. The skin and flesh on his body trembled violently. Cracks appeared. It was obvious that he was injured. However, he did not lose his composure because of this, and hurriedly challenged him. Limitless sword arts. Su Yun swung his sword. The sword chi shot out from the sword body, transforming into countless chi swords. Like a torrential rain, they baptized the gray-robed middle-aged man. The gray-robed middle-aged man struggled to move. His entire body was cut by the chi swords. Gray robe covers the sky. The gray-robed middle-aged man was not discouraged. He used his move again. The gray robe extended infinitely, like a devil's claw. It covered Su Yun, as though it wanted to devour him. A person from the peerless sect who did not have the time to escape was covered by the gray robe. His body instantly turned into blood and fused into the gray robe. What a terrifying robe! If it was touched, even the spirit god would not be able to hold on for a few seconds. Su Yun's eyes turned cold. He raised his finger. The divine power gathered at his fingertip, and the rice grain-sized divine power compression appeared again. Whiz! Bang! The rice grain-sized divine power shot out, instantly piercing through the gray robe. The sword chi splashing out cut the gray robe into pieces. The gray-robed, middle-aged man retreated, his chest heaving up and down, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. No, this kid, good technique. Moreover, under this terrifying sword force and sword might, it was impossible to get close to this kid. The gray-robed, middle-aged man knew that Su Yun was also at the peak of the Origin Void Realm, and furthermore, it was the true peak, only a step away from entering the next realm. He had no chance of winning, and the other party was even holding a fierce sword in his hand. If he did not have absolute strength to suppress him, it would be impossible for him to subdue him. The eyes of the gray-robed, middle-aged man swayed. He suddenly gathered all the energy in his body, stopped attacking, and only focused on defense. The pressure brought to him by the sword force, and sword might immediately lessened by a lot. Su Yun, sooner or later, your life will die in my hands. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's face became sinister. Suddenly, the gray robe in his hand trembled, and the air shook. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared under his gray robe. Shangwan Meiyang. Su Yun's face changed. He immediately stopped his sword force and sword might. This gray-robed middle-aged man had good methods. He actually had the ability to cross the void. The same terrifying immortal technique as the void plucking gloves. He directly grabbed Shangwan Meiyang, who was extremely far away. As expected, he was proficient in the void immortal technique. This method was extremely rare in the immortal world, but today, he met one. What is it? Why did you stop attacking? Why didn't you continue to kill me? A trace of excitement and carefree feelings surfaced on the face of the gray-robed middle-aged man. With a hostage in his hands, what did he have to fear? Didn't Su Yun come here to save Shangwan Meiyang? From this, it could be seen that this was his weakness. Let her go, Su Yun said indifferently, the killing intent in his eyes becoming stronger and stronger. Hand over the evil sword. Impossible. If the evil sword was handed over, everyone would die. Then her life will be gone. I hate it when people threaten me the most. Su Yun raised the dual moon sword in his hands. His voice was cold, like a 9 hell fiend god. Today, you used her to threaten me, and you are destined to not leave alive, and your soul will also be refined by me. I guarantee that you will die in endless torture and pain. Ha, how laughable. Why do you have to say such words to me? If you don't care about her life or death, then go ahead. The gray-robed, middle-aged man laughed out loud, then raised his hand, and a gust of astral wind blew over. If you dodge, I will kill her. As the astral wind attacked, a cold voice came out. Hearing that, Suyin did not move. Bang! He was forced back a few steps, his chest heaving slightly. The excitement in the gray-robed, middle-aged man's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suyin, don't worry about me. Kill him. Shangwan Meiyang cried out. But Suyin did not say a word, his eyes still filled with stubbornness. How respectable, the gray-robed, middle-aged man said in ridicule. And then another gust of wind came. But this gust of wind was filled with killing intent and was filled with destructive power. Dodge! Shangwan Meiyang screamed, but Suyin still did not move. Her eyes were filled with despair and guilt. Finally, she closed her eyes. The immortal qi around her body flowed. She was actually going to self-destruct. Whiz. At this moment, the motionless figure suddenly disappeared. Suyin dodged. Don't regret it. The gray-robed, middle-aged man squinted his eyes, and without hesitation, he slapped Shangwan Meiyang's head. The palm wind blew Shangwan Meiyang's pink hair into a mess. But in that moment of life and death, the person he had imprisoned under the gray robe suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a wave of void energy. What? The gray-robed, middle-aged man's face changed. You're not the only one who has such a method. A voice floated over. It was Su Yun, who was currently holding onto Shangwan Meiyang. Void removal glove? The gray-robed, middle-aged man actually recognized the treasure. Now it's time for you to pay the price for what you did just now. Su Yun placed Shangwan Meiyang down and said coldly, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body, and with a move of his body, he disappeared. Everyone had a bottom line, and Su Yun's bottom line was a threat, and coincidentally, this person had touched his bottom line, so Su Yun had to pay any price to kill this person. So fast, the gray-robed, middle-aged man immediately turned and ran. But the killing intent was still surging behind him, like the mouth of a terrifying giant beast, wanting to swallow him whole. Damn it, I've underestimated this kid. The gray-robed, middle-aged man secretly clenched his teeth. Using his fastest speed, he shot out of the peerless sect like a beam of light, escaping into the distance. You can't escape. Su Yun's voice came out from behind. Is that so? Do you really think you can catch up to me? The middle-aged man snorted, suddenly took out a crystal stone, and crushed it. After that, an azure wind wrapped around his body, and his speed instantly increased by a few times, leaving Su Yun in the dust. Seeing that, Su Yun slowed down. Su Yun, in a few days, I'll personally kill you. Wash your neck and wait for me. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's threatening voice came from afar. But Su Yun's expression did not change much. He just said coldly, You don't have a chance. The gray-robed, middle-aged man who was still running was startled. He did not understand what Su Yun meant. With Su Yun's speed, it was impossible for him to catch up, yet he still confidently said such words. Using the void removal glove? Previously, he did not take precautions, but this time he would not. But just as he was still flying forward, a dense mass of spells suddenly flew out from the thick clouds in the distance and fiercely smashed towards him. Bang! 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 The gray-robed, middle-aged man was caught off guard and was directly smashed down, landing on a cloud. What was going on? He opened his eyes wide and looked into the distance, but the scene in front of him left him flabbergasted. On the thick cloud in the distance, countless figures quickly flew out, densely packed. There were hundreds of thousands of them. They were like locusts, filling the sky, and with the gray-robed, middle-aged man as the center. They instantly surrounded him. Countless spells were activated, locking him as the target. The huge and terrifying destructive aura directly engulfed his entire body. These people are all here for me. The The gray-robed, middle-aged man's heart was filled with despair. Countless immortal chi filled the air like an iron wall. It wrapped around him tightly. Countless pairs of eyes, countless killing intent. The middle-aged man's entire body trembled. He felt that something was wrong. Didn't I say it before? You have no chance. The crowd gradually split apart, and a figure flew over at a leisurely pace. Su Yun. Chapter 1440. Seeing Su Yun walk over, the gray-robed, middle-aged man finally understood that Su Yun was not alone. Behind him, there was a large portion of his power, facing so many immortals, even if the gray-robed, middle-aged man had the ability to escape. Furthermore, Su Yun was still here. He had no chance. What do you want? The gray-robed, middle-aged man calmed himself down and said, Look into my eyes. Su Yun said. His eyes suddenly flashed with gold light. Hearing that, the gray-robed, middle-aged man subconsciously looked into Su Yun's eyes, but with just a glance, his heart trembled fiercely. Mind-reading technique? Wong. A sharp sword was pressed against his neck, and he didn't dare to move his neck in the slightest. A moment later, the gray-gowned, middle-aged man was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. The mind-reading technique was too frightening. Su Yun had seen through everything in his mind, leaving nothing out. Now, Su Yun even knew how many treasures he had on him, not to mention everything about the eternal heavenly gods' council. The mind-reading technique and the divination technique were the two great techniques of the immortal world. These two techniques were the most feared by people. Many people even hoped that they could be listed as forbidden books, killing anyone who cultivated them. Back then, the Grand Exquisite Palace's Grand Exquisite Art was renowned for this technique. However, because of this technique, it made many enemies. As a last resort, Kuei Yang could only keep a low profile. Over the years, he didn't dare to come into contact with other immortal sects, allowing the Grand Exquisite Palace to survive. Back then, when the Immortal Court ruled over the immortal world, these two techniques were controlled by the Immortal Court. The immortals dared not say anything. Naturally, they would not act recklessly. Su Yun retracted the Great Exquisite Technique and closed his eyes, as though digesting the memories he obtained from the gray-robed, middle-aged man. Why, you have already obtained all of my memories. I can't defeat you. I am no threat to you. And you already know what you want to know. Can why you let me go? The gray-robed, middle-aged man said while trembling. He knew that he was no longer of any use to Su Yun. Let you go. Su Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold. He waved the twin moon swords. Pucci. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's head was instantly chopped off, blood spurting into the sky, his soul spilling out. Take his soul back and refine it. Su Yun said coldly. I said before, I will let you die in pain. Do you think it's possible for me to let you go just like that? The soul that seeped out from the gray-robed, middle-aged man's body was extremely terrified, and it fled madly. However, it hadn't run far before it was captured and sealed within the magic treasure. Su Yun ordered, and everyone rushed towards the Peerless Sect. At this moment, the Peerless Sect was still being massacred by the people of the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council, Mysterious God Sect, and Fury Buddha Temple. The Peerless Sect was having a hard time resisting. Many of their elders had died, and even Ao Tianxing was injured. In order to protect Shangguan Mei Yang and Shangguan Qingsheng, Ao Wushuang was forced into a corner by two experts of the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council. Su Yun led the experts of the allied army and rushed over. The people from the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council didn't even know what was happening before they were submerged by countless immortals and torn to shreds. Su Yun didn't show any mercy. The people from the Eternal Heavenly Gods Council were all slaughtered, and the people from Fury Buddha Temple and Mysterious God Sect were all killed. Not one was left alive. Su Yun waved his hand, indicating for everyone to clean up the battlefield. He then walked toward the people from the Peerless Sect who were still in shock. At this moment, the people from the Peerless Sect were still shocked by the countless immortals around them. The number of immortals was huge, and they surrounded the entire Peerless Sect. The experts inside were like raindrops, and many of them could even be compared to Ao Wushuang. How terrifying was that? Could it be that all these people were listening to Suyin? Who would have thought that the little brat who was as insignificant as an ant would grow to such a terrifying extent? He was already an influential figure in the immortal world. Ao Wushuang sighed with emotion and looked at Su Yun with a little more awe and caution. This was how the world was. The strong would always enjoy the respect and worship of others. Younger, are you all right? Su Yun walked over and asked. I'm fine. Su Yun, I have to thank you this time. Shangguan Mei Yang's pale face revealed a radiant smile as she said gently, It's good that you're fine. If something had happened to you, Qinger would have blamed me. Su Yun swept his gaze across the peerless sect and said indifferently, However, I think that even if I save you today, the people from the Eternal Heaven God's Council will definitely come again. Peerless sect is not safe. With the Eternal Heaven God's Council eyeing this place, there will never be a day of peace. Follow me back to the encampment. I can at least protect you there. This, Shangguan Meiyang was slightly hesitant and secretly glanced at Shangguan Qingcheng. Younger, just agree to Su Yun. At least with him, you will be safer than here. At the moment, the peerless sect cannot even protect itself. This is a dangerous place. Shangguan Qingcheng said. Yes, the peerless sect cannot fight against the Eternal Heaven God's Council. Today's matter is not over yet. After provoking the Eternal Heaven God's Council, the peerless sect will not have a good time in the future. I am thinking of disbanding the peerless sect temporarily and finding a friend in the immortal world with your grandfather. Ao Wushuang sighed and said, He already had this plan. Rather than being destroyed by the Eternal Heaven God's Council, it was better to disband the peerless sect and find another way out. You can choose to join my encampment, but the prerequisite is that you have to listen to my orders and fight against the enemy together. Su Yin said indifferently. Ao Wushuang was startled, then shook his head. Su Yin, I appreciate your good intentions, but everyone has their own ambitions. I will not force you. After today, take care of yourselves. Su Yin said, then left with Shangguan Meiyang. Shangguan Qingcheng and the rest looked at the sky full of immortals leaving, and all of them were deeply moved. Wushuang, what do you plan to do next? Shangguan Qingcheng asked. This time I was wrong. Xian Huang and Abbot Fury Buddha are both unjust people who almost caused my death. However, I still have a few close friends. Qingcheng, come with me, but before we leave, I have to inform all the major sects to be on their guard against the primordial heavenly God's Council. The rise of this power is too sudden, and they are devouring the immortal sects with the momentum of a whale. Their style is not inferior to the immortal court of the past. We must warn the people of the immortal world. Ao Wushuang looked at the old man beside him and said, Father, you come with me. I'm not going. Ao Tianxing shook his head and said indifferently, Wushuang, bring these people and leave. I don't have much time left, so I will guard the ancestors' tombstones in this forbidden area. Treat it as an explanation to the ancestors. After saying that, the old man slowly walked into the broken gate of the forbidden area, and his figure quickly disappeared. Ao Wushuang sighed, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times, then left with the remaining people of the peerless sect. After returning to the encampment, Su Yun's expression was extremely solemn. From the gray-robed man, Su Yun had obtained a lot of information regarding the Eternal Heaven God's Council. This power was much stronger than he had imagined. The 1,000 beyond heavens that he had crossed swords with was only a low-level sect, and the 1,000 beyond heavens was only a low-level messenger. The Dragon God clan was slightly better, and was more or less a middle-level member. However, they were only hired thugs and did not have any status in the Eternal Heaven God's Council. The ones who truly had status were the 4 heavenly kings of the Ancient Heaven God's Council: Ancient Elephant King, Ancient Lion King, Ancient Venerable, and Ancient Witch God. Power King and the Gray-Robed Man belonged to the Ancient Elephant King, while the 4 heavenly kings were directly led by Dark Sky. The 4 heavenly kings received Dark Sky's orders and began to wantonly devour the resources of the immortal sects in the immortal world. The four heavenly kings were powerful existences from ancient times, and only the great devils and great immortals could contend against them. And the one who conquered the Dragon God clan was the ancient Lion King. The Lion King was the ancestor of the Lion clan and had yet to die. His cultivation was terrifying, and the Dragon God clan patriarch had gone through many generations of inheritance. Although his bloodline was noble, his cultivation was not a match for the Lion King, and he was completely suppressed and had no choice but to submit. The gray-robed man already had the strength of the peak of the void returning realm, but he was only a general under the four heavenly kings. Then, what kind of strength did the four heavenly kings have? What kind of strength did Dark Sky have? Suyin found it hard to imagine. Most likely, his current strength was not enough to contend against the eternal heaven god's council. And through the memories of the gray-robed man, Suyin also knew that the eternal heaven god's council had been playing tricks behind the scenes all these years. Back then, when the immortal sect was invaded by the people of the myriad realms, it was also done by the eternal heaven god's council. They originally wanted to make a move against the immortal court, but they did not expect Suyin to make a move first. In truth, with the current strength of the eternal heaven god's council, it would be easy to kill Suyin. However, although the four heavenly kings were powerful, they were all scheming against each other. They were the same as Dark Sky. They were all eyeing the ominous sword on Suyun's body, but they were afraid of the ominous sword, afraid that it would become a gift for others, so no one appeared and only secretly probed Suyun, looking for an opportunity. Humans were greedy, especially this kind of treasure that would allow them to obtain everything. Although the four heavenly kings listened to Dark Sky's orders, they each had their own ulterior motives. Suyun knew that once he used the ominous sword, he would perish together. To others, the ominous sword was his protective talisman, but in reality, it was not so. He needed something else to protect himself. Suyin immediately thought of the heaven-extinguishing sword and the demon saint. If he could revive the demon saint, it would be a form of deterrence to the eternal heaven god's council. It was just that the people who were sent to the dead immortal domain were nowhere to be found. They had already lost contact with them. Most likely, they had died in the dead immortal domain. Since the dead immortal domain was called the dead immortal, it was extremely dangerous inside, and even immortals would fall. Although there were very few people who knew about the dead immortal domain, after thinking about it, Suyun still decided to personally go. The threat of the eternal heaven god's council was far greater than he had imagined. If he did not have the protection of the treasure, he would probably end up like the peerless sect, being suppressed by the eternal heaven god's council without being able to resist. Rather than that, he might as well go all out. But before that, he needed to make some preparations. Chapter 1441. Ever since the divine eagle race was exterminated, Yang Zi and the rest had always stayed in Su Yun's encampment. Although it was said that they were staying, they were actually under house arrest, but luckily after the storm, Su Yun ordered for them to be released. All of this was what the eternal heaven god's council wanted, so there was no need to make things difficult for Yang Zi. Furthermore, the two of them had a relationship. It was just that Yang Zi was furious and felt wronged. Once he left the house, he immediately went to look for Su Yun. However, Su Yun had gone to Peerless Sect and did not return for a period of time. This time, when he returned to the encampment, Yang Zi immediately rushed to Su Yun's cultivation area. Su Yun! She gave a loud shout. Very quickly, the door to the training grounds opened, and a young man dressed in black walked out. In this period of time, Su Luluo did not make things difficult for the divine eagle race people and used good medicine to treat them. The divine eagle race, people who were severely injured at the start, were already more or less recovered, and the wings on Yang Zi's body were full again, looking extremely beautiful. "What's the matter?" Su Yun asked. "Su Yun, you locked us up for so long. Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Yang Zi said angrily. "Explanation? You guys brought trouble to me. It's good that I didn't settle the score with you guys. And you're asking me for an explanation? If I had followed the eternal heaven god's council's request and handed you guys over, do you think you would still be able to stand here and shout at me?" Su Yun said indifferently. His voice was indifferent. Yang Zi was startled, and then her eyes turned red. Su Yun was right. She thought that Su Yun had locked them up to hide them, and the Eternal Heaven God's Council must have chased them all the way here for them. But Su Yun did not hand over the divine eagle race people, and even massacred the people from the Eternal Heaven God's Council. Yang Zi thought that Su Yun did it for her, and although she felt wronged after being locked up for so long, thinking about what Su Yun had to bear, she realized that the grievances she had suffered were nothing. Su Yun, I know, you've done a lot for us. Today, I'm not here to hold you accountable. Yang Zi seemed to be a little weak. If you're here to say goodbye, then leave. The door is in that direction. Su Yun said indifferently. Do you really want me to leave? Yang Zi felt even more disappointed and wronged. Su Yun did not say anything. Yang Zi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, We don't have many people left in the Eagle God tribe. If we leave our base, I'm afraid we'll be attacked by our former enemies. They covet our eagle bones and wings and use them to refine treasures. If we leave our base, we'll definitely be killed, and then our tribe will be exterminated. So, I hope that our Eagle God tribe can temporarily stay with you. Of course, in return, I'll temporarily give you our tribe's treasure, the 9 heavenly wind pearls. We'll take it back when our Eagle God tribe is rebuilt. Leave it to me, temporarily. Su Yun raised his brows and said indifferently, If you give it, then give it. If you don't give it, then don't give it. What's the meaning of giving it temporarily? If I wanted to forcefully take your 9 God wind heavenly pearls, do you think that the divine eagle race would be able to stop me? When Yang Zi heard this, he opened his mouth but was speechless. Your divine eagle race is temporarily staying in the encampment. I will instruct Luo to help you guys build your own cultivation grounds. But you guys are not getting my protection for nothing. If there's a war, we will need to attack together. Of course, hand over the 9 God wind heavenly pearls. I do have a use for it recently. Su Yun said. Yang Zi hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still handed the 9 God wind heavenly pearls over to Su Yun. She no longer had the ability to protect the 9 divine wind heavenly beads, but she believed that Su Yun was only using it and would definitely not steal it. Otherwise, when their divine eagle race arrived at the encampment, Su Yun could have snatched it, but he did not make a move, which showed that he was not a person who liked to plunder other people's magic treasure. Of course, all of this was just Yang Zi's one-sided thoughts. In truth, Su Yun did not think too much about it. He did not have such a strong need for the 9 God wind heavenly pearls. Of course, if he wanted to use it, he would not be courteous in this kind of crisis. He would not consider the feelings of the divine eagle race. If the encampment was destroyed, the divine eagle race's fate would not be good either. Taking the 9 God wind heavenly pearls, Su Yun ran to look for Sword Ancestor. When do you plan to leave? Hearing that Su Yun was preparing to head to the dead immortal domain, Sword Ancestor was not surprised. I'll leave immediately, Su Yun said. Time waits for no one. I'll go with you. No need. During this period of time, I hope that Master Ancestor can stay here. I've already invited Lord Imperial Underworld Sword to enter the encampment with me. Although the Sect Master and the other great demons are in the encampment, but because of their sensitive identities, it is inconvenient for them to appear, and Holy Devil Huiyin cannot make a move, so I can only rely on the 2 of you. If there are no Origin Realm experts here, I am afraid that the people from the Eternal God Council will not be able to hold them back. Su Yun said. Hearing that, the Sword Ancestor extended his hand out and waved it in the air, only to see his finger quickly drawing a pattern in the air with the sword chi. Su Yun stared at the pattern and blinked his eyes. This is my initial understanding of the terrain of the dead immortal domain. This location and this place, I have never dabbled in it. And this is also the hinterland of the dead immortal domain. It is said that it is the most dangerous. If the conditions permit, you can find an immortal who is familiar with the dead immortal domain to bring you there. Try your luck and do your best. If you can't find the place where the heaven-destroying sword god is buried, then give up, no matter what. Living is more important than anything. Only by living will there be hope. The Sword Ancestor said seriously. Su Yun nodded and bowed to Sword Ancestor. With your cultivation, I have nothing else to give you. Go, the Sword Ancestor said. I'll leave this place to Master Ancestor. With that, Su Yun turned and left. This time, He did not bring anyone with him, and did not even inform Hu Qianmei. He only informed Su Luluo. If Hu Qianmei knew, he would definitely be extremely worried, but Su Luluo could understand rationally. Su Yun told Luluo to inform Hu Qianmei that he would be in closed-door cultivation during this period of time and could not meet, which would make Hu Qianmei feel more at ease. After equipping the teleportation badge of the encampment with some pills, Su Yun immediately headed towards the dead immortal domain. With the 9 divine wind heavenly jewels, his speed was actually close to 100 times faster. It would take 100 days to reach the dead immortal domain, but with the help of the 9 divine wind heavenly jewels, the power of the wind was completely grasped, as expected of the divine eagle race's treasure. After the collapse of the immortal court, more and more people became active in the immortal world. The immortal gate was also opened, and a large number of people from the outside world poured in. There was no lack of powerful people who came to the immortal world to search for treasures. In the past, the dead immortal domain was sealed by the immortal court, and many experts from the immortal court came here to search for opportunities. However, they spent more than 1,000 years, but did not reap much. However, it paved the way for the people who came later. The periphery of the dead immortal domain was once filled with the immortal dead spirit Qi, and the experts of the immortal court spent most of their time fighting against the immortal dead spirit Qi, intending to transform it into a harmless gas for immortals. At that time, if they found a treasure in the dead immortal domain, the people of the immortal court would be able to rush in and seize the treasure, but before they could completely develop the dead immortal domain, the huge organization collapsed. This benefited many people who came later. There was no threat at all in the periphery of the dead immortal domain. The immortal dead spirit Qi and the natural traps were all eliminated, so there were many immortals active here. Su Yin pulled up his hood and looked around the perimeter. The entire dead immortal domain was actually on an incomparably huge floating rock. This floating rock was so huge that it almost surpassed the entire ultimate Martial continent, and its thickness was even more terrifying, making it difficult to see the bottom. There were many huge rocks around the dead immortal domain, but from the appearance of the rocks, it seemed that there was once a palace here. Su Yin did not blindly head towards the dead immortal domain. Instead, he looked around and discovered that there were many cultivation grounds built here, and there were many immortals standing outside the cultivation grounds. Cultivating here? This was not a safe place. Who would build a cultivation ground here? He was puzzled, but he saw an immortal walk to a cultivation ground, hand a space bag to the person at the door, and then walked in. What is this for? Su Yin was puzzled. He's collecting money to cultivate. The person beside him laughed. You're new, right? Don't you know the rules here? Sir, please enlighten me. Let me tell you, ever since the immortal court was destroyed by Su Yun, the people of the immortal realm can be said to be completely free, but although freedom is good, there are also advantages and disadvantages. The good people are free. The bad people are also free. The order of the immortal realm has become completely lawless. The rules should be followed by everyone, but there are too many greedy people. The dead immortal domain can be said to be a great treasure trove in the immortal realm. There are countless immortals who come here to search for treasures every day. Some die inside, some obtain luck or come out, and there are countless fortuitous encounters in the dead immortal domain. Some people obtain some insights or things left behind by their ancestors, and they will leave in a hurry, spending money to enter these cultivation grounds to cultivate and comprehend. A person's comprehension is only for an instant, and if one does not comprehend it in time, it would be a waste. But in the dead immortal domain, there is no spirit Qi or immortal Qi, so it is impossible to cultivate. And outside, there are immortals everywhere. There are many killing intent, so most of them will choose to cultivate in this cultivation ground. The benefits obtained from the dead immortal domain. These cultivation grounds are guarded by experts of the profound spirit god level. No one dares to be presumptuous. Of course, the fees for these cultivation grounds are also very high. 100 million immortal coins per hour. These guys can earn 1 billion immortal coins per day, which is enough for them to cultivate. 100 million Celeste for 2 hours? Su Yin was shocked. So expensive? Although 100 million Celeste was nothing to him, It was an astronomical figure to an ordinary immortal. Although 100 million Celeste is a lot, it's nothing compared to my own life and the supreme benefits. The man smiled and left. Suyin thought for a while, but was still not in a hurry to enter. Since this was a huge treasure trove, there were naturally many benefits and countless experts. Spirit goddess were not considered rare here. He looked around and saw a muscular man with swollen muscles standing in front of a cultivation ground not far away. The man was drinking strong wine, and the wine was especially hot. The wine was red like lava, and the temperature was frighteningly high. However, the man was not afraid at all, and he gulped it down like a bull, but his face only turned red. If it was any other immortal who drank like this, their internal organs would have long been burned to death. Seeing Su Yun walking over, the big-sized man's eyes lit up, and he put down the wine jar. "Do you want to use a training ground?" 100 million Celeste. The big man shouted in a rough voice. Chapter 1442. No. Su Yun shook his head and said, "I just want to ask you something. Please enlighten me." These people who relied on the dead immortal domain to become rich stayed here every day. They definitely knew more about the dead immortal domain than the sword ancestor. It was worth it to spend some money to buy some information when necessary. However, the big-sized man did not seem to be as easy to communicate with as he had imagined. He snorted coldly and said, "If you don't want to cultivate, then why are you wasting my time? Scram. Can't you speak properly?" Su Yun frowned. "Was this business? I don't think you look familiar. Are you an outsider? If I tell you to scram, then scram. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If you don't scram, I will cripple you." After saying that, the big-sized man directly kicked over. His leg did not have any weakness, and this attack directly used immortal chi. If it was an ordinary immortal, they would have been sent flying with injuries. The big-sized man did not show any mercy. However, how could Su Yin let him kick him for nothing? He immediately twisted his feet and dodged. "Oh, you still dare to dodge?" The big-sized man was furious. He took a few steps forward and grabbed Su Yun's robe with a sinister look on his face. When the passing immortals saw this, they all stopped in their tracks. Doesn't this kid know that the Wine King can't be disturbed when he's drinking? One look, and you can tell he's a newbie. When he heard that there were treasures in the dead immortal domain, he came here to look for treasures, but he didn't know that there are dangers everywhere. From the looks of it, I'm afraid he'll be finished before he even enters the dead immortal domain. He even dares to provoke the Wine King. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The passers-by pointed and whispered to each other. All of them looked at Su Yun with eyes full of sympathy and pity. Obviously, they knew that the big-sized man's temper was not good. Su Yun was not shorter than the big-sized man. He stared at the big-sized man's hand and then at the big-sized man's face. He said indifferently, "Let go. Brat, you don't know what's good for you. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and give me all the immortal coins you have to buy wine. I won't cripple your cultivation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the dead immortal domain today." The big-sized man's eyes widened, and he said angrily in a low voice, "Is this how you usually treat other immortals?" Su Yun's face was still calm. "Who here doesn't know my name? Since you've provoked me, don't even think about leaving." A trace of pride and complacency flashed in the man's eyes. In this place, he could be said to be a tyrant. Even if there were people stronger than him, they still wouldn't dare to provoke him. This was because this training ground wasn't opened by him, but by the person behind him. Even if someone wanted to provoke him, they would have to look at the person behind him. But Su Yun obviously did not care so much. His voice gradually became cold. "You just said that you want to cripple my cultivation, right? Brat, you still dare to be stubborn?" Seeing that Su Yun was not afraid at all, the big man was unhappy and said angrily, "I hate your eyes. I will dig them out first." With that, he raised his hand and pierced towards Su Yun's eyes. But before that hand could approach Su Yun, it was grabbed by another hand. The big-sized man was startled. He wanted to force his hand to break free, but he discovered that his hand seemed to have been grabbed by an iron pincer, unable to move even half an inch. The big-sized man opened his eyes wide. He realized that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he had imagined. Suddenly, his body slowly flew up, and when he looked, Su Yun had actually grabbed onto his robes and lifted him up with one hand. In that moment, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. Bastard! The big-sized man was shocked and panicked. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. He immediately increased his strength and wanted to fall down, but even though he activated all of the immortal chi in his body still did not show any signs of sinking. Put me down. The big-sized man struggled. That depends on my mood. Su Yun said indifferently. Just now, you said that you wanted to cripple my cultivation. So if I cripple your cultivation now, it shouldn't be too much, right? You dare? I am from the Di Ming Immortal Manor. If you kill me, the people from the Di Ming Immortal Manor will definitely not let you go. The big-sized man said while trembling. He could already see the killing intent in Su Yun's eyes. Then I'm really sorry. What I don't like the most is people threatening me. Since you said that, then I'm afraid it won't be as simple as crippling your cultivation. Su Yun said indifferently, and was about to use his strength to directly eliminate the big-sized man. Stop! At this moment, a clear voice came out from the crowd. The crowd parted, and a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes walked out. The person in the lead was a beautiful young lady with a hot figure. The young lady's facial features were exquisite, and her temperament was unique. This was especially so for the pair of twin peaks on her chest, which tightly pressed against her clothes. It was very seductive. Many people wanted to see, but they didn't dare to, because the guards beside the young lady all had astonishing auras. Fellow immortal, let's forget about this matter, the young lady said calmly. Who are you? Su Yun frowned and asked. A frog at the bottom of a well. You don't even know Miss Di Qing? We are from the Di Ming Immortal Manor, and this is the Manor Master's beloved daughter, Miss Di Qing. Open your dog eyes and take a good look, a young master beside him said. Di Ming Immortal Manor? Su Yun thought for a moment. Miss, save me, the big-sized man shouted, and then anxiously said to Su Yun, Quickly let me go. If you dare to touch even a single hair on my head, you will definitely not be able to leave the dead immortal domain. Is that so? Then why don't I try? Su Yun said. He suddenly exerted force with his palm, and a burst of sword chi shot out from his palm, instantly slicing the big-sized man into pieces. The big-sized man died miserably, and even his soul was cut into pieces. Everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. The young lady's face was pale white. Her eyes were filled with anger. She stared at Su Yun and said, You're courting death? Just now, when I was arguing with this guy, all of you were already nearby. When he attacked me, all of you turned a blind eye and did not make a move. But now that I want to kill him, all of you stand out and tell me to stop. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Su Yun said coldly. In front of the Di Ming Immortal Manor, you are easy to bully. The young master who spoke earlier shouted in a low voice. He immediately leaped forward, pulled out an immortal sword from his waist, and was about to stab Su Yun. Surging immortal power erupted. Die. Die? It's not up to you to say that to me, right? Su Yun said indifferently. His arms suddenly trembled. A burst of sword wind blew past. Before the young man could even get close to Su Yun, he was blown to the ground by the large amount of sword wind. The luxurious robes on his body were in tatters. Full of sword marks, he was in a sorry state. Before he could stand up, a foot suddenly stepped on his chest, causing him to fall to the ground. What a fast speed. I almost didn't see him make a move. This person is so strong. Who is he? The surrounding people exclaimed. All of them were shocked by the strength Su Yun had displayed. Di Qing was stunned as well. He hadn't expected this young man to be capable of such a feat. So you are actually so capable. Di Qing has made a mistake. Di Qing secretly clenched his teeth, but his voice was still impolite as he said, Who exactly are you? What kind of person are you? Please report your name. She had to see Su Yun's background. She did not want to provoke any extraordinary people for her family. But Su Yun snorted and said coldly, What? Afraid that my background is shocking? So you don't dare to make another move? In my opinion, your Di Ming Immortal Manor is just a group of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. With such a sex power, it will be difficult for them to achieve anything. You. Di Qing was furious. There were so many people around, but he was being humiliated like this. How could he endure it? Miss, what happened? At this moment, a powerful aura rushed over, causing everyone's heart to tighten and their breathing to quicken. What a powerful aura! A stooped old figure had unknowingly appeared in front of Di Qing. Peak of Spirit God? Everyone cried out in alarm. The peak expert is here. This kid is going to be unlucky. Everyone looked at Su Yun with a look of schadenfreude. Truly, a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger, to even dare to provoke the Di Ming immortal manner. The old man's arrival caused Di Qing's expression to ease up a lot. She stared coldly at Su Yun and said, I don't care who you are, you have insulted the Di Ming immortal manner today, so you must apologize for what happened just now. Otherwise, you will pay the price for your rude words. Apologize? Su Yun frowned and said indifferently, I was just looking for that person to ask some things, who knew that he would attack me without saying a word. Since you want to apologize, then you should be the one apologizing to me first. You are truly distorting the truth, twisting words, and forcing logic. I realize that trying to reason with the people of your Di Ming immortal manner is like playing the lute to a cow. You bastard! Bastard! Di Qing was so angry that he stomped his feet. He pointed at Su Yun and shouted at the old man, Uncle Wang, kill him! Miss, calm down. However, the old man did not seem to be angry. His dim yellow eyes swept across Su Yun, and then said in a low voice, Young man, I see that your qi is sharp and sharp. You should be a sword cultivator. May I ask what relationship you have with the Heavenly Sword Sect? Heavenly Sword Sect? I have nothing to do with the Heavenly Sword Sect, Su Yun said indifferently. Then which sect are you from? From which sect? True Devil Sect? Immortal Seeking Sect? It shouldn't be any more, right? As for the Allied forces, he didn't give it a name either. Su Yun thought for a while, then said indifferently, The sect is yet to be named, but I will lead it. You're actually the leader of a sect? The old man suddenly laughed. The surrounding immortals also came to a sudden realization. This young man was the leader of a sect? However, didn't that mean that he didn't have any experts to back him up? He didn't have any background? If this young man was from the Heavenly Sword Sect, the old man would be afraid, but from the looks of it, he was just a reckless brat. However, the old man still did not make a move. Instead, he said indifferently, If my guess is correct, you should have a deity returning realm, right? As soon as these words were said, the entire audience was in an uproar. It was as if a pot had exploded, and shocked cries rang out incessantly. Returning void? Returning void expert? This person actually had the cultivation of a returning void expert. However, Su Yun also laughed lightly and said indifferently, That's right, but if I'm not wrong, you are stalling for time, right? The old man could not see through his cultivation, so he would definitely trample on his returning void realm. However, the old man did not make a move for a long time and was trying to find out more about his background. It was obvious that the old man did not plan to let Su Yun go, or rather, the people from the Di Ming immortal manor did not plan to let him go. However, Su Yun was not in a hurry and stood in place with interest. If the people from the Di Ming immortal manor were to dominate here, then they should know something about the heaven-destroying sword god, right? Chapter 1443. Hearing Su Yun's words, the old man laughed out loud. That's right. You're very smart. I am indeed stalling for time. I can't deal with a returning ruins expert. Returning ruins? Hearing that, Di Qing was so scared that her face turned pale. She was only at the 5th stage of the spirit god realm. If she were to fight with Su Yun, she would probably be killed in one move. Fortunately, the experts of the family had arrived. Although this brat was very strong, he was destined to pay the price for his arrogance today. Then what kind of experts do you want to send to deal with me? Su Yun asked. 2 origin deity powerhouses. I wonder if they can subdue you. At this moment, a cold snort came from afar. When the voice floated over, 2 figures were already floating in the air above everyone, their bodies releasing light, like gods looking down on all living beings. It was another 2 returning ruins experts, and they were from the Di Ming Immortal Villa. The immortals below were dazzled. In the past, the peak of the spirit god stage was a high and mighty existence to them, a powerful existence that was hard to see. But today, the returning ruins experts were one after another, making them feel that this was not real. The Diming Immortal Villa truly lived up to its name. With so many experts in the villa, it was no wonder that they dared to occupy the dead immortal domain after the immortal court. Su Yin was also very surprised. According to this trend, there should be at least 7 or 8 returning ruins experts in the Diming Immortal Villa, right? With so many experts, it could be considered an incredible force that could contend against the immortal court, but why did no one from the Diming Immortal Villa appear when the immortal court dominated the immortal world? There was probably only one explanation. That was benefits. In the face of benefits, enemies and friends were almost indistinguishable. "Umph, bastard, are you afraid now?" Di Qing said coldly. "If you kneel down now and cripple your cultivation and kowtow to me to admit your wrongs, maybe I will be merciful and let you go." "Cripple your own cultivation? What qualifications do you have to say such words to me?" Su Yin snorted. "Qualification? I am the young miss of the Diming Immortal Villa, and these returning ruins experts have to listen to me. This is my qualifications. With just this? If you're not the young miss of the Diming Immortal Villa, doesn't that mean that you are a useless piece of trash?" Su Yin laughed. "Are you insulting me?" Di Qing was furious. He raised his hand and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense with him. Cut off his limbs. Don't kill him. I want to torture him." "Yes, miss." The 2 void-returning experts nodded and rushed towards Su Yun. A terrifying pressure surged forth, causing the surroundings to rumble. The aura was terrifying, as if the end of the world had arrived. In the end, the experts of the void-returning realm were not ordinary. The moment they made their move, there was an earth-shattering and terrifying aura. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, without any tricks. The destructive power caused the void to tremble violently, as if they wanted to use the power of the void to tear Su Yun apart. The people from Diming Immortal Villa were indeed extraordinary. Su Yun pinched his finger with one hand and lightly pointed at the 2 of them. A sharp sword chi shot out from his finger and transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. The 2 of them were slightly startled. They immediately stopped their attacks and dodged. "What a fierce attack! Looks like your sword Dao cultivation isn't as weak as we thought. It's a pity that you have offended my family's young miss. No matter what, you will die here today." One of the middle-aged men with a goatee shouted. His arms trembled, and a wave of god power spread out. But when the god power flew out of his arms, it suddenly transformed into a mystical power that was like a cloud and mist, pouncing towards Su Yun. In that moment, the scene around Su Yun started to distort. Everything became like a dream. It was extremely unreal, and in his line of sight, he could no longer see anyone. Di Qing, the 2 void-returning realm experts, and even the surrounding immortals were all gone. Illusion power? Su Yun was shocked. He came to his senses. This void-returning realm expert was already able to use his own immortal chi and god power to transform into illusion power and use it to kill enemies. Imperceptibly, he could use it to drag enemies into an illusion to kill them. It was especially terrifying. However, whether it was real or fake, it was all sensed by the heart and moved by the mind. No matter how strong the illusion technique was, it was all for naught. Su Yun activated his god power, wrapped it around his body, and guarded his mind, not being affected by the power of illusion. Although the void-returning realm expert was strong, his power of illusion was not pure. Although he was also advancing his immortal chi towards the direction of god power, it was not as pure as Su Yun's, and within his god power, there was still a lot of immortal chi mixed in. Crash! Just then, the space distorted again, and from the hazy surroundings, tens of thousands of blades suddenly appeared, fiercely slashing towards Su Yun's head. Was this an illusion technique? No, this was reality. That terrifying killing intent was not something that could be created by an illusion technique. It was just that out of the tens of thousands of blades, only one was real. Su Yun's eyes turned cold. He suddenly captured a strand of killing intent from the tens of thousands of illusions. With a point of his finger, he shot out a sharp sword chi towards the killing intent. Clang! The sword chi struck the back of the blade, and the terrifying chi flowed along the back of the blade towards the person holding it. Very quickly, Su Yun heard a groan, and then the tens of thousands of blades disappeared. At this time, countless gigantic and terrifying phantoms of gods and Buddhas appeared around him. They were like gods as they looked down at Su Yun, and the powerful mental pressure instantly formed, crazily crushing his mind and soul. But at this moment, a peerlessly sharp sword chi suddenly surged out from Su Yun's body. The sword chi that was condensed from absolute pure god power did not have any resplendent brilliance, nor did it have any gorgeous colors, but it was able to shake one's mind. The expression of the void-returning realm expert who was controlling Su Yun with the power of illusion immediately changed. He faintly felt that Su Yun was about to break through his restraints. He knew that Su Yun had sensed that this was the power of illusion, but this kind of power, once trapped, was impossible to come out. At least, it was impossible for him to discover any flaws. However, the current sharpness had exceeded his expectations. He felt that the person he had trapped was like a sword. Even though he had wrapped him up, he still wanted to soar into the sky and pierce through everything. The void-returning realm expert gritted his teeth and increased the input of the power of illusion, causing the illusion that trapped Su Yun to become even stronger. Quick, kill him. Hold on a little longer. Wait for me to chop off his head. The void-returning realm expert shouted. His body suddenly turned into a golden light. He raised his blade and rushed forward. The space around Su Yun distorted. Everyone could only see that he was standing there motionlessly, but when the blade-wielding void-returning realm expert approached, he seemed to have woken up from his sleep. Even though he could not see the void-returning realm expert, he could use the chi to capture his position, and the terrifying sword chi followed suit. The blade images of the void-returning realm expert flashed, and every slash carried a terrifying destructive power, as though it could shatter the continent and split the ocean. However, when the terrifying blade force faced Su Yun, it was completely dissolved by the other party, as though it was a breeze. This person is really powerful. He must also be a void-returning realm expert, and his strength is not inferior to theirs. Why haven't I heard of this person before? I wonder where he came from. The surrounding immortals whispered to each other. Su Yun had brought them too much shock. Even though he had fallen into such a passive state, he was still not at a disadvantage. It was truly shocking. She did not know who Su Yun was, but from the looks of it, Su Yun still had some power. She had to kill him here today. Otherwise, with his strength, although he could not deal with the experts of the Di Ming Immortal Villa, he could easily kill those who were not strong, such as Di Qing. It was impossible for her to bring void-returning realm experts with her every day in order to prevent any future troubles. Su Yun had to die here today. The blade force fluctuated. The blade image was like a wave, bringing with it the power of heaven and earth, layer after layer striking towards Su Yun. But the opponent's pervasive sword chi was like the craftiest poisonous snake. No matter which corner it attacked from, it would be blocked, and after a round of intense sword and blade clashes, the blade wielder was still unable to injure Su Yun in the slightest. You piece of trash! The void-returning realm expert with the power of illusion cursed. He suddenly raised his hand and formed a seal with one hand. It was unknown what technique he used, but with a loud shout, for gigantic figures of gods and Buddhas appeared around Su Yun. Void transformation technique. This time, the four figures of the gods and Buddhas were no longer illusions, but real and terrifying existences. They rushed towards Su Yun. Their terrifying fists seemed to be able to shatter planets surrounding him. Sword force. Su Yun suddenly shouted. His aura suppressed all directions. The two's faces changed slightly. What a powerful aura. The surrounding people retreated once again. There was no one within a 1,000-mile radius around the three of them, and Di Qing did not dare to approach. This place was like a huge storm of qi, and anyone who entered would definitely be shocked to death. With the release of the sword force, the speed of the four figures immediately slowed down. Su Yun seemed to have fallen into an illusion and did not take the initiative to attack. Only when the four figures approached did he move, but this time he did not use his finger to condense chi, but directly pulled out a cold sword and slashed in all directions. Sword power! The blade was unsheathed, and a ruthless shout rang out again. A heaven-shattering might surged out from the cold sword like a flood, sweeping in all directions. The sword slashed in all directions, and before the shadow's fist could even land on the ground, it was pierced through by the sharp sword and crushed by the sword power. One strike to destroy it. The expression of the void-returning realm expert with the power of illusion changed drastically. Before he could retract his move, the sword might came pressing down. This time, the sword might was countless times stronger than the sword force. The sword might, that was completely condensed from divine power, seemed to cover all the power of the sword will and chi field. The two of them were forced back dozens of steps, blood flowing out of the corner of their mouths, and the power of illusion that trapped Su Yun also disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people burst into an uproar. These two void-returning realm experts had joined hands to deal with Su Yun, but not only did they not injure him, they were even broken by him. How unexpected was this? Who was this person? Why was his strength so terrifying? Even a void-returning realm expert couldn't suppress him. Di Qing's face turned pale, and his entire body began to tremble. Even a void-returning realm expert couldn't subdue him. Chapter 1444. Su Yun came out from the illusion, bringing along his sword force and sword might. He stared at the two Origin Realm experts and walked towards them step by step. The Origin Realm expert, who had grasped the power of illusion, still wanted to congeal the illusion to trap Su Yun, but just as he was about to make a move, the sword force and sword might shook once again, causing him to almost fall to the ground. The energy in his body was even more turbulent, and it was difficult to maintain his stability, making it impossible for him to retaliate. The man with the blade had an extremely ugly expression on his face, but now that things had come to this, they would not sit still and wait for death. He stared at Su Yun, his blade trembling, the cry spreading out in all directions. He transformed into a ray of light and rushed toward Su Yun. Just as the blade wielder moved, the other Origin Realm expert also moved. He raised both of his hands high up and slapped the sky. A bright light flashed in the sky, and a vast aura that covered the sky descended from the sky, pressing down on Su Yun. The pressure was astonishing, and the ground seemed to be about to tear apart. Su Yun's eyes turned cold. He no longer held back. His body suddenly exploded and quickly spun, and the sword chi that surrounded his body shot out in all directions like a storm. Limitless sword arts. The sword chi was as dense as rain as it rushed forward in a terrifying manner. The man with the blade immediately released a circle of golden aura to block the terrifying sword chi. Blade dominates the world. Bang, 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 the sword chi shot out, causing the golden aura to become unstable and difficult to calm down, and the man with the blade also found it difficult to move. Under this kind of suppression, Su Yun was still able to use such a ferocious move. It was enough to show that he had not used his full strength. Was this the difference between pure divine power and divine power that had yet to completely transform? He knew that Su Yun was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was extremely easy for him to deal with the two of them. Although they were both in the Origin Deity realm, there were strong and weak ones in the Origin Deity realm, and Su Yun was an existence that was extremely strong. Retreat. Finally, that Origin Deity powerhouse shouted loudly. The old man in the spirit god realm beside Di Qing did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately grabbed Di Qing and flew out. You can retreat? Su Yun secretly snorted and increased the pressure. The two void-returning realm experts directly fell from the sky. Su Yun stared at the blade-wielding man and suddenly raised his sword to attack. A cold light flashed. The blade-wielding man's speed could not compare to his. Before he could even block, His throat was pierced by the cold sword, his life force dissipated, and his soul overflowed. However, Suyun did not care about the soul anymore. After losing his physical body, even if he was resurrected, he would just be an ordinary person. Furthermore, with so many immortals around, his soul would definitely not be able to survive. He did not want the soul of the person wielding the blade, but this person's soul was extremely useful to him. Those who were proficient in illusions usually had very strong mental strength, and if Suyun devoured this person's soul, the yin-yang manifestation art would definitely have a qualitative increase, and his own mental strength would also become stronger, and his will would become even firmer. Seeing the blade-wielding man being killed, this origin deity powerhouse's face was incomparably pale. He did not hesitate in the slightest and turned to run, his speed extremely fast. But in terms of speed, Suyun was not the slightest bit inferior to this person, especially in front of a strange technique like the sky plucking hand. Escaping would only result in an even more miserable death. Very quickly, that person was caught back, and his body was directly minced by the sword chi. If the two of them had the confidence to fight with Suyun, they would not have lost so quickly. However, after a series of intense battles, they did not manage to injure Suyun in the slightest, causing them to feel disappointed. Their confidence was slowly being nibbled away, and once they lost their confidence and fighting spirit, no matter how strong they would definitely lose. After the Origin Realm expert's soul was devoured, Suyun immediately rushed towards the direction where Di Qing and the rest were escaping. Di Qing and the rest cultivation were not higher than Suyun's. If they were to advance at full speed, it would be easy for Suyun to catch up to the two of them, adding the 9-god wind heavenly jewels. In less than 100 breaths of time, Suyun followed the scent left behind by Di Qing and the rest, and stopped the people from the Di Ming immortal manor. Di Qing's face changed. He did not expect Suyun to catch up so quickly. The old man's face also became ugly. He glanced at Suyun and said, "Fellow immortal, leave us a way out, and we will meet again in the future. You have already killed 2 of our Di Ming immortal manor's experts. Could it be that you will not let us go?" "Let you go?" Suyun sneered. "If I wasn't as strong as those 2, would you have let me go?" As soon as he said that, everyone was speechless. Honestly speaking, Di Qing would definitely not let Suyun go, but she did not dare to say it out loud. Her face quickly flickered, and she lowered her head. "Fellow immortal, you don't have to be so extreme. We just want those 2 to teach you a lesson. We don't have any other intentions. But if you hurt my family's young miss, then you will have formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Di Ming immortal manor. And if that happens, the Di Ming immortal manor will definitely take revenge on you. If you let us go, I guarantee that the Di Ming immortal manor will not cause any more trouble for you. What do you think?" The old man said calmly. Although the old man said it sincerely, Suyun did not believe him. He sneered and said, "Trouble? If I kill you, shouldn't there be less trouble?" Seeing the cold light in Suyun's eyes, the old man broke out in a cold sweat and immediately said, "No, even if you manage to kill her without anyone noticing, you'll still be in a lot of trouble. Her divine soul is connected to one of the most valuable treasures of Di Ming Celestial Manor, the Tong Soul Jade. If she suffers any fatal injuries, the Tong Soul Jade will react immediately and lock on to the coordinates of her divine soul. Then, the experts of Di Ming Celestial Manor will be sent here instantly." "Oh," Suyun laughed coldly. "Do you think I will believe you? You could try." The old man gritted his teeth. "All right." Suyun nodded. He suddenly took out his sword. The sword tip instantly shot out, like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, and then retracted it. "Ah!" Di Qing screamed, her entire body trembling violently. She felt a wave of killing intent wrap around her. She was so scared that her entire body went limp on the ground. Her entire body was devoid of strength, and her consciousness was blurry. This was killing intent. In an instant, it could destroy a person's spirit and consciousness. However, after a moment, Di Qing realized that she was not dead yet. She raised her head in fear, only to see that Suyun had already kept his sword and was staring at her coldly, as though he had no intention of making a move. Di Qing was startled, but very quickly, a strange scene appeared beside her. Her entire body trembled, and she turned her head to the side with great difficulty. Very quickly, her pupils dilated, and her eyes were filled with despair and fear. The bodies of the old man beside her and the few guards behind her all collapsed at this moment. It was as if their bodies had been sliced countless times by sharp swords, turning into fingernail-sized fragments. They had completely collapsed, and even their souls had dissipated. The scene was extremely terrifying. Di Qing was completely scared silly. Her eyes trembled, her lips trembled, and she seemed to be about to faint at any time. Since your Di Ming immortal manor is doing business outside of the dead immortal domain, then you must have some understanding of the dead immortal domain. Furthermore, as the young miss of the Di Ming immortal manor, you wouldn't come here for no reason, right? Su Yun walked over, stared at Di Qing, and said indifferently, Are you going to kill me? Di Qing's mind was in a mess. Looking at Su Yun's face, it was as if he was looking at the face of a demon. If I want to kill you, then you should be like them now. Su Yun extended his hand and directly pressed down on Di Qing's head and said, Look into my eyes. Di Qing was startled, but did not dare resist and could only look into Su Yun's eyes. And the moment her eyes met Su Yun's, she realized that all of her memories and heart had been peeped at by the other party, and she was almost unable to hide any of her thoughts. This sense of fear and despair was not the slightest bit weaker than before, and if it was said that she was only afraid mentally before, then now it was trembling in her soul. Su Yun stared at Di Qing's eyes for a full 100 breaths of time, then closed his eyes and began to digest Di Qing's memories. It turned out that Di Qing and the rest had come to support Di Long, who had long since gone deep into the dead immortal domain. Di Long, the genius of the Di Ming immortal manor. From ancient times until now, there had never been an existence with talent stronger than this person in the Di Ming immortal manor. He had come into contact with cultivation at the age of 3, and since he was young, his bones had been strange, and his body had been transformed into a berserk dragon. His talent was monstrous, and under the meticulous nurturing of the Di Ming immortal manor, in less than 300 years, he had stepped into the spirit sage realm. In the entire history of the immortal world, no one had ever stepped into the spirit sage realm so quickly. Di Long was Di Qing's cousin, and was a full 9,000 years older than Di Qing. The current Di Long had long since stepped into the returning void realm, and as for how far he was from the next stage, even Di Qing did not know. However, Di Long had long been determined by the people of the Di Ming immortal manor to be someone who would sooner or later step into the conferred god realm, and this realm represented the rise of Di Long, and represented the beginning of the Di Ming immortal manor's domination of the immortal world. A day ago, Di Long had led a group of experts from the Di Ming immortal manor into the dead immortal domain. Ever since the immortal court was defeated, the Di Ming immortal manor immediately began to mine the dead immortal domain to dig out the treasures inside, and as a genius of the Di Ming immortal manor, Di Long naturally had to go in to gain experience. But 10 days ago, the Di Ming immortal manor received a request for help from Di Long. He seemed to have discovered something incredible, but they did not have enough manpower, so they needed to send more people to help. Originally, the Di Ming immortal manor planned to send Di Qing's father, Di Shi, to help, but Di Qing acted like a spoiled child and snatched the opportunity. She had always admired Di Long, but Di Long had always been in closed-door cultivation in the Di Ming immortal manor, and it was rare for them to see him even once in a few years. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could she miss it? Di Shi considered that Di Qing's cultivation was not weak, and that he could use this opportunity to gain experience. So he agreed to Di Qing's request and arranged for 2 returning ruins rankers to follow him. But he did not expect that, just as they were about to enter the dead immortal domain, they would meet Su Yun, which was why the scene that happened afterward happened. In Di Qing's memories, there was no news of the immortal extermination sword, but Di Qing had heard of it before, which surprised Su Yun, and in her mind, She seemed to think that Delong's trip this time was extremely likely to be for the inheritance of the immortal extermination sword god, because it was said that Delong had obtained a fortuitous encounter and obtained the inheritance of a powerful expert, causing his strength to be stronger than his peers, standing at a level that was revered by others, and this time, coming to the dead immortal domain, Delong's main goal was also to obtain the inheritance. Su Yun was a little regretful. Di Qing was not experienced in the world, so he definitely did not know much about the immortal extermination sword. The old man just now might have known, but since he had killed him, then so be it. Get up, now bring me to Delong, Su Yun said. The dead immortal domain was so big, if even the people of the Di Ming immortal manor did not know the location of the immortal extermination sword, then the immortals outside most likely did not know either. But Delong might not know. Since he dared to come here to search for treasures, he must have gathered a lot of information. Maybe he was also interested in the immortal extermination sword. Di Qing's face turned pale. She did not know why Su Yun was doing this. She had guessed that Su Yun might harm Delong. But in the face of life and death, how could she dare to think too much? She could only tremble as she brought Su Yun forward. Chapter 1445. Su Yun knew everything that Di Qing knew. The dead immortal domain was so big, it was not easy to find a single person. Even if it was a team, it would not be easy to find their whereabouts. However, Delong had sent their spatial coordinates to the Di Ming immortal villa in advance. So Di Qing could use these coordinates to meet Delong. Di Qing trembled as he took out a silver disc from the space bag. The disc was filled with star patterns, resplendent and moist, extremely beautiful. These stars could be moved, and on top of them was the 9 Palaces star map. The star in the center represented Su Yun and Di Qing's position, while the rest represented 8 directions. With this magic treasure, Su Yun could easily find Delong's position. Seeing that Su Yun really planned to look for Delong, Di Qing could not help but think fiercely in his heart. Although Su Yun had killed 2 Origin Realm experts, Delong was strong, and he also had Origin Realm experts by his side. Su Yun would only be courting death if he went over. I'll let you be a little arrogant now. When I see Big Brother Delong later, I'll see how you die. I will definitely pull out your soul and refine it alive. Di Qing thought viciously in her heart. Previously, with the protection of the many experts from the Di Ming immortal villa, Di Qing was not that afraid of the dead immortal domain. But now, there was only Su Yun. Although Su Yun was very strong, she was still not confident, and she did not dare guarantee that Su Yun would not sacrifice her in the critical moment. The two of them walked very slowly. Delong was waiting for Di Qing at the coordinates, so the two of them had plenty of time to rush over. The edge of the dead immortal domain did not have anything special. It was like an abandoned palace. But as the two of them continued to go deeper, the inside of the abandoned palace was filled with dense fog. Even with Su Yun's astonishing eyesight, he was unable to see through the fog. Su Yun slowly walked forward, his gaze staring straight ahead, and in the fog that surrounded the two of them, he could faintly sense a bit of death aura, as well as a bit of rotten aura. Just then, a pure white skeleton appeared in Su Yun's line of sight. Su Yun frowned and walked towards the skeleton. The skeleton was clean from top to bottom. It was unknown how long it had been dead. Looking at the toughness of its bones, it must have been an incredibly powerful existence when it was alive. It was rumored that the master of the palace in the dead immortal domain was once the ruler of the immortal world, and had the same nature as the immortal court, but its scale was countless times larger than the immortal court, and it was once the overlord of the immortal world, and this huge dead immortal domain was controlled by the ruler. But for some reason, the dead immortal domain suddenly suffered a blow and gradually fell. That was already many years ago, and the long river of time had buried many secrets. What Su Yun knew was only obtained from the memories of Di Qing, and even from the memories he obtained from the ancient God Council, he had very little knowledge of the dead immortal domain. But one thing was certain, there were many powerful treasures left behind by the original master in the dead immortal realm. Su Yun was even thinking, if the heaven-exterminating sword god came here, could it be that it was also a treasure left behind by the master of the domain of the dead immortal? Crack! At this moment, a slight sound came from a place filled with thick fog in the distance. Su Yun's footsteps froze. He immediately rushed to the side, and Di Qing also anxiously snatched it. He glanced at the star plate in his hand. The two of them had already entered the hinterland of the dead immortal domain. There were very few immortals here. Who could it be? Su Yun pondered, but he was not curious. Sometimes curiosity could kill people. After thinking for a moment, he directly took a detour. But just as he was about to take a detour, a light sound came from ahead, like the sound of something breaking. It was extremely clear. The two of them looked towards the source of the sound. This time the source of the sound was closer. They looked over and were immediately stunned. They saw a large number of pure white skeletons appear in front of them. It was just that all of these skeletons had actually stood up. All of them had come to life. And what was even more terrifying was that their entire bodies were wrapped in immortal chi. Some of the skeletons were even wrapped in divine power. Divine power? That was at least the strength of the peak spirit god. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be skeletons of the origin deity stage. Su Yun's heart sank. He immediately stood up and rushed toward the other side. Di Qing did his best to follow. What made the two of them relax was that even though these skeletons' auras were very powerful, and there were many of them, they weren't very fast. The two of them went around them and headed towards Di Long's location. This was the first time Su Yun and Di Qing knew that such a monster existed in the dead immortal domain. The skeleton seemed to be a creature from the ghost realm. Why would it appear here? And there was such a terrifying immortal chi and divine power? Su Yun did not know. But looking at the broken equipment hanging on the skeletons, he should be able to deduce that these people were all supreme expertess of the dead immortal domain when they were alive. It was just that after they died, their spirit energy dissipated, but their resentment did not dissipate, which was why they were like this. Furthermore, the spirit energy here was so abundant. Not to mention skeletons, even a blade of grass would become a spirit after growing here for a period of time. Other than the skeletons, there were also many more terrifying creatures along the way. There were gigantic spirit beast skeletons, terrifying mechanical immortal beasts, but fortunately, there were no dangers along the way. It was just that the further they went, the stronger the resentment and death aura in the fog became. Even with Su Yun's strength, it was a little difficult to endure. If it was in existence below the spirit god realm, they would probably be corroded by the fog. Very quickly, the two of them approached where Di Long was. "Who is it?" A low shout came from the front. "Big brother Di Qing." Di Qing shouted anxiously. "Di Qing." A doubtful voice came out from the thick fog. Di Qing wanted to rush forward, but Su Yun pressed down on his shoulder. He signaled to Di Qing, causing Di Qing's face to change. He nodded and walked towards Di Long and the rest, with Su Yun following behind. As the two of them got closer, Su Yun also saw the place clearly. It seemed to be in front of a big door, and Su Yun seemed to be wandering around the dead immortal domain's dilapidated palace, while the inside seemed to be the inner region of the dead immortal domain's palace. Di Long and the rest stood in front of the door. Looking at the large number of vigorous and powerful lines imprinted on the door, they knew that these people would not be able to open the door. Di Long was a handsome man with short hair and a cold appearance. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His face seemed to have been cut by a knife or axe, but his pupils were very black like an eagle's, giving off a chilling feeling, and the 5 people following him were all experts. 3 of them were peak spirit god realm experts, and 2 of them were returning ruins experts. Seeing that Di Qing had only brought 1 person over, Di Long was clearly surprised. "Di Qing, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to bring a few more experts? Why is there only this 1 person? Is he a member of our Di Ming immortal villa?" "That's right. He used to follow my father, but this time my father was worried about my safety, so he let him come with me. On the way, there were some accidents. We met some creatures from the dead immortal domain, and all the experts from those families died in battle, leaving only the 2 of us. If not for him, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of those creatures." Di Qing looked like he had just escaped from a calamity and said in fear, "Killed by those creatures?" Di Long frowned and said, "Those creatures move slowly. How can they kill people? As long as we don't fight them head on and don't fall into them, escaping is easy. The creatures we met seem to be a new species. Their cultivation is very strong, and they even know how to use magic treasures. Our people don't even have time to escape. Without waiting for Di Qing to speak, Su Yun spoke first. He could not let Di Qing continue speaking. Su Yun had originally wanted Di Qing to say that her people had all died in the trap, but Di Qing did not follow the lines he had prepared beforehand. Instead, he had changed it slightly. Although it looked more or less the same, Dilong's intelligence was not bad. He would definitely be suspicious, and he would definitely suspect him. It seemed like Di Qing was intentionally reminding Dilong. A cold light flashed past Su Yun's eyes, but he did not say anything else. Forget it. The matter in front of us is more important. Di Qing, where is the magic treasure I asked you to bring from the family? Dilong said. Di Qing anxiously took out a long banner from a space bag and handed it over to Dilong. Dilong immediately grabbed the banner and quickly walked towards the door. Young Master Dilong, this banner is a treasure. It can easily destroy an entire realm. What do you want to use it for? Su Yun walked forward and asked as he watched Dilong insert the banner into the crack of the door. But Dilong did not care about his words and continued to busy himself. On the other hand, an Origin Realm expert snorted and said coldly, Young Master naturally has his reasons for doing things. Why are you asking so many questions? Scram to the side and look after the young miss. If she loses even a single hair, you won't be able to keep your life. Su Yun swept a glance at the man, but did not say anything and continued to watch quietly. Regardless of what Dilong's goal was, it was clear that he had already made his preparations. If it was truly related to the world-destroying sword god, then he would directly snatch it. Su Yun was determined to obtain it. No one could stop him. The banner has been successfully placed. All of you retreat. Dilong said, and all the experts retreated. Su Yun immediately pulled Di Qing Chao and retreated. Everyone retreated for over 1,000 li. If they retreated any further, they would encounter the creatures of the dead immortal domain. After the destruction flag is detonated, it will definitely create a terrifying shockwave. The surrounding creatures will most likely be attracted over. We have to hurry and rush in. Dilong said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. You protect the young miss. You must not let anything happen to her, otherwise I will skin you alive and break your bones. Dilong stared at Su Yun and said coldly. Su Yun nodded his head, his gaze inadvertently looking into the distance. He frowned but did not say a word. Pay attention, Dilong bellowed. He took out a magic treasure. The magic treasure split open, transforming into a thick red wall, blocking in front of everyone. Next bang! A shocking explosion sounded out. The destructive aura was like a meteorite exploding in all directions. Chapter 1446. The terrifying explosion seemed to tear their eardrums. The red wall in front of them gradually cracked, although it did not have much destructive power on them. The terrifying destructive aura still made them feel a lingering fear. Dilong stared at the big door that had been blown open and bellowed, Go! Hearing that, everyone immediately ran towards that direction. Everything around the big door was destroyed. Only the big door and the thick wall were left. This place was completely destroyed. Dilong was an Origin Realm expert, along with the 2 Origin Realm experts beside him. There were a total of 3, but they were unable to open the big door, and the flag was able to destroy more than half of the big door. It was enough to show its power. No wonder Dilong told Di Qing to bring this treasure. But just as everyone was rushing towards the big door, a few figures suddenly scuttled over from the side, heading straight for the big door. Seeing that, Dilong's eyes darkened. He bellowed, When Rinju, isn't this Brother Dilong? Why are you here too? Those people stopped and looked at Dilong and the rest. Their eyes filled with ridicule. Very clearly, these people had been waiting at the side. They had also discovered the big door and knew that it could not be opened, so they had been waiting here. Dilong had spent a lot of effort to open the door, but he did not want to make a wedding dress for these people. Bastard, have you been hiding at the side? One of the Origin Realm experts on Dilong's side said angrily. Hiding at the side? What do you mean? We heard an explosion here, so we came here to take a look. Ha! Delong, are all your Ming immortal manor people so uncultured? With such a bad temper, be careful not to anger an expert. You won't even know how you died. One Rinju said with a smile. He was dressed in a sword robe, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He looked very gentle. These people were all from the Heavenly Sword sect. There were a total of 10 of them. 2 of them were from the Void Returning Realm. The rest were all at the peak of the Spirit Profound God Realm. One Rinju's strength was unknown. Beside him stood a lady dressed in purple. She was very beautiful. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. But at this moment, she was looking at the people from the Ming immortal manor arrogantly. Senior brother Wenrun, don't waste your breath with these trash. Let's go in quickly. And Wenrinju smiled lightly and walked inside. But before he left, he didn't forget to say, Brother Long, I know that Heavenly Sword Faction and Ming Immortal Manor had a small misunderstanding in the past, but I don't recommend you to fight us here. This place is not safe. If both of us are injured, we won't be able to defend ourselves, even if we get some benefits. Think about it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, one Rinju and the others left. This was a threat, a blatant threat. Long and the rest gritted their teeth in anger, but they did not dare act rashly. After all, Long's side was not as strong as one Rinju, and if they were to fight, they would be at a disadvantage. Qing had only brought one person over, and it was not considered support at all. Even if Su Yun was in the Origin Void Realm, he could not do anything to one Rinju. Bastard! Long was unable to restrain his fury. He wished to grind one Rinju's bones to dust. From birth until now, he had never been humiliated like this. It had always been him looking down on others. How could he allow others to step on his head? Follow me. Follow them, shouted Long as he charged through the gate. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately followed suit. One Rinju's speed was not fast. After all, he was not familiar with this place, and no one knew what was inside. Danger to this kind of place was often everywhere, and every year the number of immortals who died in the Dead Immortal domain was incalculable, and no one wanted to join this number. However, the two sides were still on guard against each other. After entering the gate, the two sides were separated by a great distance, maintaining their vigilance. Su Yun looked around. He was surrounded by an extremely large palace. The palace was already in ruins, but from the decorations inside the palace, he could tell that the master of the palace was extremely powerful when he was alive. Look, what is this? At this time, cries of alarm sounded out. Everyone tensed up and ran forward a few steps, only to see a large number of corpses in front of them. These corpses were still well preserved. Unlike the corpses outside that had already turned into skeletons, the corpses here did not seem to have rotted much, and they were even wearing armor and magic treasures, as well as weapons. Seeing this scene, everyone was excited. The gate has not been broken, which means that we're the first batch of people to enter. These people should be the people from the palace. These supreme experts' corpses have not rotted after so many years. It is truly too mystical. Their corpses are definitely the best materials to refine pills and magic treasure. One Rinju said excitedly. Everyone looked at the weapons and magic treasure, but what made them disappointed was that all the magic treasure weapons were damaged. Even if they were repaired, their might would not be as good as before, and repairing them would require a large amount of manpower and wealth. It was truly regretful. But that was not important. As long as they had the corpses, it was enough. One Rinju immediately waved his hand, indicating for everyone to start moving the corpses. But how could Long and the rest just watch as one Rinju took the benefits? They immediately rushed over and snatched the corpses. Su Yin frowned but did not move. Although these corpses might be the corpses of the supreme expert, after the passage of time, the energy in their bodies had mostly evaporated. Although their bodies had not rotted yet, it did not mean that they would not rot. When the energy in their bodies had completely evaporated, they would start to rot. What these people were fighting over now was not some medicinal pills or magical equipment's forging materials, but indeed useless corpses. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and snatch it. Seeing that Su Yun did not move, one of the people from the Di Ming immortal villa shouted at him. Su Yun hesitated for a moment. For the sake of the heaven-exterminating sword, he could only go over and put on an act. The people from a heavenly sword sect knew that it was impossible for them to eat all of the corpses, so they allowed the people from the Di Ming immortal villa to take a portion. If the two sides were to fight here, it was likely that no one would be able to obtain the treasures here. Di Qing stood at the side and watched from time to time. She would glance at Di Long. She really wanted to tell Di Long that Su Yun was not her guard, but an enemy, but she had seen how terrifying Su Yun was. Even if Su Yun moved, he would not be more than 100 meters away from her, and at this distance, Su Yun could erase her in an instant, so she could only continue to wait for an opportunity. Wenrenju looked at Di Long and the rest, and suddenly laughed. "Brother Di Long, we have never been to this place before and do not know what kind of treasures there are, nor do we know what kind of dangers there are. Why don't we temporarily reconcile, cooperate with each other, develop this place together, and share whatever treasures there are? What do you think?" Although Di Long hated Wenrenju, he did not oppose this kind of cooperation. After all, no one was clear about the unknown dangers. With more power, the chances of obtaining treasures would increase, so he was not in a hurry to get rid of Wenrenju. All right, everyone continued forward. Although they were cooperating, they still had to be on guard. After leaping past the group of corpses, very quickly, enormous skeletons appeared in everyone's line of sight. These skeletons seemed to be the skeletons of ancient immortal beasts, their entire bodies blossoming with jade light, full of spirituality, magnificent and magnificent. And what was even more shocking was that these jade skeletons were filled with dense god power, and there was a power that seemed to be even higher than god power. Ancient power? Su Yun suddenly thought of this. In the memories that he had swallowed, there seemed to be records of this power. It was even higher than god power, even more mysterious, but it was a powerful power that was extremely difficult to cultivate. Without question, these were all treasures, true treasures. These people went berserk once again. All of them pounced forward, rushing towards the jade skeletons. All of them grabbed the enormous jade skeletons and stuffed them into their space bags. These were the treasures left behind by the dead. It would be a waste not to take them. Even Su Yun could not hold it in anymore. He rushed forward and took two. However, what made him curious was, with so many ancient spirit beasts, why did they die together? He did not take too many. For this kind of thing, the more the better. After taking two, he sized up his surroundings. Suddenly, he realized that all the spirit bee skeletons seemed to be facing one direction. Could it be that they were besieging something? In the end, they suddenly died, causing this phenomenon? Su Yun could not help but imagine. But his movements did not stop. He quietly rushed towards the direction of the spirit beast's faces. Very quickly, in front of the skeletons, a completely crystal-like skeleton appeared. That skeleton was as dazzling as the starry sky, resplendent and dazzling, but it was covered by the majority of the jade skeletons, to the point that the people there did not notice it. Su Yun immediately grabbed it and stuffed it into his space bag, then returned. These people obtained the corpses and skeletons. All of them were naturally extremely happy, but the things here were not so easy to take. Just at this moment, a bizarre, baleful in-chi suddenly blew over. Everyone could not help but shiver, as if something was blowing at their souls. Such a powerful death chi. Di Long stopped, frowning. He raised his hand and bellowed, "Wait!" Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him strangely. "Young master, what's wrong?" Someone asked. "Something's not right," Di Long said solemnly. The people from Heavenly Sword Sect also seemed to have noticed the abnormality and all stopped. Su Yun closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings. Suddenly, his face turned pale white and immediately leaped back. But in the instant that he retreated, a destructive gust of wind blew in his direction. "Quickly retreat." Angry roars exploded out. The people from Heavenly Sword Sect and Di Ming Immortal Manor frantically ran outside. The Yin wind attacked. One of them did not have the time to retreat and was directly hit by the Yin wind. His body instantly turned into sand and died. A peak spirit god existence could not even hold on for a breath of time. Everyone felt their scalps explode, their hearts trembling in fear. They frantically ran outside. Chapter 1447. Everyone retreated all the way to the door before stopping. The destructive, baleful wind seemed to only revolve around the jade bone, and after everyone retreated, about 30 breaths of time later, the baleful wind dissipated on its own. What's going on? Long's face became ugly. The people who died were from his side. The Ming immortal manor had very few people to begin with, and in the end, another person died. Other than Su Yun, there were only 2 peak spirit god realm cultivators and 3 void returning realm cultivators. The difference in strength between them and the heavenly sword sect would only grow larger and larger. Friend from the Ming immortal manor, are you all right? Wenren Ju chuckled and said. Su Yun looked over at the heavenly sword sect, only to see that the people from the heavenly sword sect were already looking over with cold gazes. If they were to really make a move, it would not be difficult to swallow the people from the Ming immortal manor. Of course, they would have to pay a price, but facing such a huge amount of wealth, if they were to take care of the people from the Ming immortal manor, then without a doubt, they would be able to take everything here for themselves. All right, the cold wind seems to have dissipated. Everyone, let's continue inside. Just then, when Renju suddenly spoke again, the people from the Heavenly Sword sect retracted their killing intent and followed him inside. Su Yun swept his gaze across the people from the Heavenly Sword sect and thought to himself, then raised his head and said to Long, Young Master Long, it's best not to travel with the people from the Heavenly Sword sect for now. We should find another path ourselves. Long frowned. He turned and stared at Su Yun. His gaze was extremely arrogant. Filled with contempt, he coldly snorted, Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of teaching me? If you don't listen, I'm afraid you'll fall into a trap later. Su Yun said expressionlessly. Bastard, you actually dare to speak to the young master like that. The returning realm expert at the side shouted in anger and directly slapped Su Yun's face. But before his palm could land on Su Yun's face, a gust of wind blew, and that person's face was directly slapped, causing him to spin on the spot, not even knowing what was going on. Long squinted, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Looks like you have some strength. The man stopped and covered his burning face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Su Yun sinisterly. I want you dead. With that, he pounced forward. Kuan, stop. Now is not the time for internal strife, shouted Long. That person froze. Looking at Long's imposing eyes, he could only suppress his anger, but his killing intent towards Su Yun had already risen. He would definitely not let Su Yun off. Although Long stopped Kuan, he did not accept Su Yun's suggestion and continued forward. I planned this route a long time ago. It is said that there is a sword god's treasure trove inside, so we must go this way. Other than that, there is no other consideration, said Long before continuing onwards. If it was Su Yun, he would definitely choose to wait here and let the people from Heavenly Sword sect scout the way. The dangers here were not as simple as they thought. Heavenly Sword sect had many people and were powerful. If they used the mechanism to exhaust a portion of their strength, then it would be much easier to snatch the treasures. But if they went there now, even if they obtained any treasures, they would not be able to protect them. It would be completely unnecessary. But since Long wanted to continue onwards, Su Yun would naturally follow. He did not know the route. The palace inside the door was filled with dense fog. It was extremely easy to get lost, so he needed Long to lead the way. Everyone once again returned to the location of the jade bones, but they did not dare to get too close, afraid of triggering the terrifying destructive wind. That is most likely the original mechanism of the palace. Someone said. In front of them was a long passage with thick walls on both sides. If the evil wind started again, they would have nowhere to run. One Renju signaled to the person beside him with his eyes. That person understood and brought another comrade and ran away. From the looks of it, they should be searching for the mechanism and then destroying it. Not long after, a light sound came out. Young master, it's done. Very good. The corners of one Renju's mouth curled up into a smile as he stepped inside. It had to be said that all of the people from Heavenly Sword Sect were experts. Of course, the definition of an expert was not only in terms of cultivation, but also in their performance when faced with difficulties. Some people were not strong, but they could easily kill experts when facing them. No matter what methods they used, as long as they could achieve their goals, they were amazing people. This kind of person had the qualifications to be called an expert. After the J-bones were cleaned up, everyone continued onwards. D. Long and his men did not dare to get too close to the people from Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, the people from Heavenly Sword Sect had already revealed their enmity towards them. Su Yun deduced that sooner or later, the Heavenly Sword Sect would take action against the people from D. Ming Immortal Villa. D. Long and the others should know that, but in the face of benefits, they had already forgotten about the danger. As they continued onwards, the fog in front of them gradually lessened, and their vision widened. They were still inside the palace, but the damage here was getting more and more severe. The roof of the palace had already been blasted through. The surrounding pillars and the ground were all shattered, as though they had been struck by some terrifying immortal technique, and in their line of sight, a large number of corpses appeared, but these corpses were not like the ones they had seen before. The corpses here were all broken. The magic treasures on their bodies were also tattered, completely destroyed, and had no value at all. But what was even more shocking was that when they got closer, they actually felt a chill run down their spine, as though their souls were constantly being enveloped by a strange killing intent. Was there still killing intent left in this wasteland? Everyone looked around, vigilant as they slowly walked forward. Other than the faintly discernible killing intent in the air, the aura of death and desolation also gradually increased. This kind of feeling made people feel very uncomfortable, and those with weaker cultivations would probably be trembling at this moment. This place was like a battlefield, filled with despair. Su Yun carefully sized up the corpses, and not long after, his heart gradually became solemn. These broken corpses have been dead for a long time, but their corpses are not preserved very well, most likely because the qi here is stronger than outside and has consumed the energy in their bodies in advance. However, the injuries on these people's bodies, why do they all seem to be sword wounds? Su Yun walked to the side of a tall and sturdy corpse and looked at it attentively. This corpse was cut in half at the waist, and the armor on his body was completely cut horizontally. However, on both sides of the armor that was cut open, there were thousands of hair-like marks, as if they were caused by the sword wind. The parts that were cut were very symmetrical, as though there was no obstruction at all. From this, it could be seen that the sword that killed him was incomparably powerful, to the point that the strength of his physical body and magic treasure were completely ignored. He must be a peerless expert. After leaping over this battlefield of corpses, another door appeared in everyone's line of sight. However, this door was more special than the previous one. The door was open, but in front of the door, there was a sword stuck diagonally. A black longsword. What's that? Seeing that, the people from the Heavenly Sword Sect became excited, and one of them rushed over. The Heavenly Sword Sect cultivated the sword, and their love for the sword could be imagined. Those who cultivated the way of the sword all loved the sword, and the importance of the sword to those who cultivated the way of the sword was self-evident. How could they not be excited when such a sword suddenly appeared in such a mystical place? He did not know which supreme expert left this sword behind, but it was definitely not simple. Wen Renju was also excited as he stared intently at the sword. However, at this moment, a slight sound of the sword vibrating suddenly came from the other side. Then, the person who was running toward the black longsword suddenly stopped at a position less than 5 meters away from the longsword. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and everyone's heartbeat seemed to have accelerated because of the strange sound of the sword vibrating. More than 10 pairs of eyes stared intently at that person. Finally, that person moved. However, the way he moved was extremely strange. His head tilted, and then he suddenly fell down, falling to the ground, followed by his hands, legs, and the flesh on his body. In an instant, this person turned into a mountain of flesh. However, what was shocking was that the blood in his body did not splatter out, but floated in the air, as though someone had used the immortal energy as a mold to draw the blood to form a bloody person. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The bloody person suddenly moved, turned around, and rushed over. Everyone was stunned by this strange phenomenon. What's going on? It must be that sword's doing. He killed Fui and refined his blood and controlled his blood to attack us. A person beside him said, trembling, "How disgusting." The eyes of the woman standing beside Wenrinju were filled with a trace of disgust. She said coldly, "His flesh and bones are gone, and he's just a pool of blood. How much power can he have? Hurry up and get rid of him. That sword is what we should be paying attention to." That's right. He was too hasty and lost his life. Don't be like him. This sword is very evil. We have to be careful. Wenrinju said with a smile. He was not that sad about the death of his subordinate. On the contrary, he was in a good mood. Although this sword was evil, there was no doubt that it was a treasure sword. He had already regarded this sword as his own. The person who died was only at the peak of the spirit god realm. When the heavenly sword sect's origin realm expert made his move, he released his divine power and forcefully suppressed the blood man. The blood man's movements immediately slowed down. But at this moment, the blood man suddenly exploded with a bang. The blood turned into small blood-red swords that pierced towards them. Each sword carried a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Wenrinju and the woman could no longer maintain their composure. They hurriedly retreated and activated their magic treasures to defend. Wenrinju's heart skipped a beat. The blood sword exploded too suddenly, and the destructive aura rushed towards him. At that moment, he felt as though he had already interacted with death. His body was about to be torn apart, and his soul was about to shatter. What was going on? Chapter 1448. The blood sword was barely blocked. Everyone used their treasures to block, but they were still shaken to the point that their bodies went numb. Their immortal chi fluctuated. Di Long and his men were far away, so they were not affected. We must take that sword. Di Long's eyes were also blazing with passion. Young master, what should we do? Someone walked over from behind and asked in a low voice. Don't worry, this sword is not ordinary. It doesn't look like it is easy to deal with. Let the people from Heavenly Sword Sect die first. We will just sit here and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Di Long said. But how could Rinju not know what Di Long was thinking? Wenrinju turned around and looked at the people from Di Ming Immortal Manor. He smiled and said, Friends from Di Ming Immortal Manor, can you lend us a hand? Hearing that, Di Long's face turned ugly. Wenrinju, what is the meaning of this? Brother Di Long, I heard that your talent is extraordinary, your cultivation is powerful, and the experts from Di Ming Immortal Manor are even more powerful, admirable. The sword in front looks really terrifying. One of us has already died under that sword. We are already scared out of our wits. We do not dare to go near it. So, I hope that the people from Di Ming Immortal Manor can replace us and subdue that sword. Subdue? That was simply throwing their lives away. Di Ming Immortal Manor only had 6 people. The peak spirit god expert did not even get close to the sword and was sliced into pieces. If these people wanted to subdue the sword, they would definitely suffer losses. There was even the possibility of them being killed by the sword. The people from Heavenly Sword Sect were waiting at the side, waiting to see if they succeeded. If Di Long and the rest managed to subdue the sword, they would probably suffer heavy losses. They could then snatch it. It would be easy if Di Long did not subdue the sword and all of them died under the sword. That would be even better. They wouldn't have to waste energy to get rid of these people. And if Di Long refused, then Wenrinju would have a reason to attack. The sword was definitely a treasure. Heavenly Sword Sect wanted it, and Di Ming Immortal Manor was at the side. It was obviously a threat. At that moment, Di Ming Immortal Manor was in a dilemma. Damn it! Everyone gritted their teeth. Despicable. Too despicable. You guys are using us as knives. Di Qing was trembling with anger. What are you talking about? We're all fellow immortals from the immortal dimension, and we're pursuing the Grand Tao together, so we ought to help each other. Now that we've encountered difficulties, could it be that all of you intend to stand idly by? If that's the case, then it's too hurtful, Wenren-ju said with a smile. His narrowed eyes flickered with a murderous glint. Dilong was in a dilemma. He was also a sword cultivator and had a strong feeling toward swords. For some reason, he felt that the thing stuck in front of the door was not like a sword, but more like a person, a giant that could support the heavens and the earth, a god that could destroy everything. It was there like a barrier, completely isolating the inside and outside of the door, and it could not be defeated. The two sides entered a stalemate. Dilong was aware of Wenren-ju's intentions. However, Wenren-ju's men had already silently sealed off their escape routes. Dilong only had two choices: either start a war and destroy Heavenly Sword faction, or obey and go retrieve the sword. Big brother, why don't we send someone to retrieve the sword? That sword is so terrifying. If we control it, maybe... Di Qing said softly, but before she could finish, Dilong already knew what she meant. Dilong's eyes flickered, but he did not speak for a long time. Friends from Di Ming Immortal Villa, are you still wasting time? Our patience is not as good as you think. Wenren-ju's voice gradually became cold. Damn it, Dilong snorted, slightly tilted his head and said, we will go retrieve the sword. You don't need to rush us. Then hurry up and do it. Wenren-ju laughed. Dilong clenched his teeth. He turned and looked at the person behind him. The Origin Realm expert took a deep breath, stared at Su-yun, and said, you, quickly go and retrieve the sword. They all knew each other, but Su-yun was a new face. If they didn't look for Su-yun, who else could they look for? Furthermore, Su-yun had just slapped him. How could he not take the opportunity to take revenge? I was sent here to protect the young miss. As for retrieving the sword, that's your problem, Su-yun said indifferently. Bastard, you dare to disobey my orders? The Origin Realm expert was furious. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to your orders? Su-yun snorted. Then what about my orders? At this time, Dilong also spoke. You? And who are you? Su-yun still chose to ignore him and said coldly. Dilong's face changed, his killing intent surging. He said in a low voice, what? At this point, are you already lawless and out of control? Do you think that no one can deal with you? Even if we all die, I will let you be the first to die. Now, either you obediently go and retrieve the sword, or I'll throw you over. You choose. Throw me over? If you can do it, you can come over and give it a try. Su-yun said coldly. Bastard, watch how I kill you. Dilong was enraged and was about to make a move, but the Origin Realm expert who was slapped by Su-yun could no longer hold it in and took the lead to rush out. Young master, your body is priceless. How can you be stained with the blood of this beast? Leave it to me, the man said coldly, and then leaped, pouncing towards Su-yun. He pulled out a dagger. The dagger's body released a cold light. The immortal chi was like a thread, revolving around the dagger, and the moment the dagger pierced forward, it transformed into 10,000 chi beams that shot toward Su-yun. Su-yun stood in place, not moving at all, allowing the chi beam to hit him. Walala! The moment the chi beams approached, they all disappeared without a trace. What? The man's face turned cold. Dilong was also surprised. His eyes staring at Su-yun gradually became serious. Should he make a move? The woman standing beside Wenren-ju said coldly in a low voice. No need. Let them fight amongst themselves. No matter what, Dilong and the others will die without a doubt. We just need to ensure the smallest casualties. After all, we still need to obtain the sword. Wenren-ju said with a smile, looking at the other side with an interested expression. These chi beams were ignored, causing the Origin Realm expert to feel a great loss of face. He gritted his teeth and pounced forward, a gigantic wolf image appearing from his body. The dagger was a wolf fang. Heavenly Wolf Strike. A terrifying wave of chi suppressed the area, like the bite of a heaven-swallowing divine wolf. How powerful was it? Su-yun secretly snorted and also moved. His body twisted and instantly disappeared, raising his speed to the limit. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi and sword intent also rose up the moment he moved. The Heavenly Wolf Strike directly missed, But the Origin Realm expert was also so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. All of a sudden, why did Su Yun's aura become so terrifying? Could it be that he had been suppressing his aura the entire time? Wong 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 wong. The sword cry. The Origin Realm expert hurriedly turned around, his dagger turning into a cold moon, striking behind him. Layers of moon shadows, like raging waves. Dong! A sword beam smashed onto the dagger, causing it to tremble violently, and the Origin Realm expert retreated dozens of steps, almost losing his balance. What a terrifying sword strike! The Origin Realm expert did not even see Su Yun's sword strike clearly. In reality, this was not a sword strike, but a sword chi. Is that all you have? You are not worthy to fight with me, but you have humiliated me time and time again. Today, no matter what, you will die in my hands. Su Yun said indifferently, "Don't be too arrogant. If I want to kill you, it will be easy." That person was enraged. He no longer used immortal chi, but used his divine power. His body released a golden light, causing the earth to tremble. The terrifying pressure smashed toward Su Yun, but with a pung sound, the blade of the dagger exploded with tens of thousands of lightning bolts striking towards Su Yun. The destructive power of the lightning condensed from divine power had already reached an immeasurable level. It was enough to instantly kill anyone below the Origin Realm. Even if it was an existence of the same level, they would still be heavily injured upon contact. Su Yun dodged left and right. The lightning was like a golden snake dancing wildly, wantonly scurrying about, smashing into the hard palace's ground, creating many bottomless ravines. The earth also trembled nonstop, the destructive aura continuously leaking out in all directions. Su Yun's speed was extremely fast. Even though the Origin Realm expert was incomparably fierce, he was still unable to injure him in the slightest. Do you only know how to snatch? Useless thing. At this time, Di Long suddenly opened his mouth and snorted. Then, you want me to stop snatching it? Su Yun glanced at Di Long and said indifferently, if you have the ability, then defeat him. If you don't have the ability, then obediently submit. Listen to our orders. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit. Di Long said solemnly. Hearing that, Su Yun shook his head. Originally, the strength of the Di Ming Immortal Manor was inferior to the Heavenly Sword sect and was already threatened, but I never thought that at such a critical moment, you guys would still fight amongst yourselves and act so high and mighty in front of me. Forget about me not going to take the sword. Even if it's you guys shouldn't go, because whoever goes will die, and if anyone from the Di Ming Immortal Manor dies, it will cause a destructive blow. We can still temporarily threaten the Heavenly Sword sect, but if we lose even a bit of strength, then we will not be a threat to the Heavenly Sword sect. They will be enough to crush us. But you actually submitted to the Heavenly Sword sect. How sad. If the Di Ming Immortal Manor were to band together and fight to the death with the Heavenly Sword sect, the Heavenly Sword sect would definitely hesitate. Because if they really fought to the death with the Di Ming Immortal Manor, they would suffer heavy losses, and how would they be able to obtain the sword? Wen Renju was not an idiot, but Di Long's intelligence seemed to be lower than Wen Renju's. But Di Long obviously did not listen to Su Yun's words. He snorted and said arrogantly, "What this young master does, is it up to you to make irresponsible remarks? You don't have long to live. Just obediently accept your death." Su Yun was fine with Di Long's words. It was obvious that he was already hopeless. Even at this time, he still had to put on the appearance of a young master. It was truly pitiful. But beside Di Long, the lady's eyes flickered. She stared at Su Yun, thinking about something. Finally, while Su Yun was fighting with the man, she quietly moved her feet, slowly approaching Di Long. "Big brother, what is it?" Di Long asked in a low voice. "Quick, all of you attack together. Kill this person. He is not from our Di Ming Immortal Manor." Di Qing said coldly, his eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. Chapter 1449. What? This person is the one who kidnapped you? No wonder he has been standing by your side from the beginning. Di Long revealed a look of surprise, but very quickly, this surprise was replaced by anger. Big brother, his goal is definitely the treasure in the dead immortal domain. He is very strong, and I am very close to him. If I tell you his identity, he will definitely kill me. So I have been enduring and waiting for the opportunity to explain this matter to you." Di Qing stared at Su Yun and said while gnashing her teeth. From the looks of it, she seemed to want to tear Su Yun into 1,000 pieces. This despicable bastard. Di Long was furious. But just at this moment, Su Yun also moved. His body suddenly disappeared, and the air trembled as if it had been moved by someone. Immediately after, the body of the returning void expert holding the dagger suddenly trembled, and a snow-white sword beam pierced through his heart. Such speed! What a terrifying sword intent! The returning void expert's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did he lose the moment Su Yun made a move? Moreover, he had been defeated so thoroughly. Di Long was also stunned. Although he knew from Di Qing that this person's strength was not simple, he thought that he should be able to block Su Yun for a while. Who would have thought that the moment Su Yun made a move, this person would be defeated? Was he in the God-sealing realm? Otherwise, how could he instantly kill a returning void expert? So powerful. This person is also a sword cultivator, the woman said coldly. That's right, and he's also very smart. He seems to have a lot of battle experience. He didn't make a move first and used his terrifying speed to deal with the opponent. When he figured out the opponent's pattern, he used his ruthless aura to suppress the opponent's aura, and then used his highest speed to attack. This way, he can instantly finish off the opponent, and he doesn't consume much energy. This person probably knows that there will be a battle later and is deliberately preserving his strength. Wen Renju laughed in a low voice. Is it very scary? The woman asked. What's there to be afraid of? In this young master's eyes, he's just a person who sells his head. Wen Renju said. When the woman heard this, she nodded, and her cold eyes revealed a trace of warmth. She leaned on Wen Renju's body like a little bird. That person slowly lowered his head to look at his wound, his eyes filled with shock. He tried his best to turn around, as if he still wanted to attack, but in the next second, an even sharper sword light darted over and directly destroyed his body. The void-returning powerhouse died. From Su Yun's attack to the end of the battle, it had only lasted for less than 10 breaths of time. Was that person from the sinkhole too weak? No, this person was too strong. Su Yun took care of the returning Void Realm expert, but he was not in a hurry to kill Di Qing. In his eyes, it was not important whether Di Qing died or not. What was important was the whereabouts of the heaven-destroying sword god. His gaze turned towards the sword, and he could already feel the destructive aura that was seeping out from the sword. This destructive aura was different from the usual, and it became very ethereal, as if it had returned to its original state. Even a wisp of aura had such a state, and it was impossible to imagine how powerful the sword was. Even if this sword was not the heaven-exterminating sword, it was definitely related to it. Su Yun secretly snorted. He suddenly tapped his feet on the ground and retreated. Where do you think you're going? Di Long and the rest saw that Su Yun wanted to run after killing someone and shouted loudly, wanted to chase after him, but just as Di Long and the rest moved, Wen Renju finally moved. They stopped Di Long and the rest, but they were not fast enough and were unable to stop Su Yun. Young Master Di Long, don't leave just like that. Although something happened here, you still have to finish what you have to do. Wen Renju stared coldly at Di Long and said with an unfriendly tone, Wen Renju, don't go too far. I only have 4 people left. It's impossible for me to take that sword. Di Long's face became ugly. If it was before, it would have been better, but now, Di Ming Immortal Manor was truly weak. Putting aside Di Qing and the other peak spirit god realm cultivator, with just him and the remaining returning ruins cultivator, it was impossible for them to subdue that terrifying sword. Less nonsense. Either you take the sword from me, or you die here. The lady beside Wen Renju said coldly, not giving them a chance to discuss. You're going too far? Di Long was forced into a corner. It seems like Brother Di Long is not willing to help me. We are friends after all, but you're just watching from the side, making it difficult for me. Wen Renju's killing intent gradually rose, His meaning was already very clear. Di Long clenched his teeth. He was forced into a dead end. He secretly cursed Wenren-ju for being shameless. But there was nothing he could do. He nodded to the people beside him and said, Wenren-ju, if you want us to throw our lives away, let me tell you it's impossible. We don't mind fighting with you. Since we're all going to die, why not pull two of you down with us? Who told you that we're all going to die? Wenren-ju laughed. The people beside you will go and take the sword. You don't need to take it. If you do, then we'll naturally be happy. If not, then it'll be our turn. I never said that I would let the friends of Di Ming Immortal Manor take the risk alone. Is that what you plan to do? Hearing that, Di Long's eyes flickered. Of course. Young master, if we die, with just you and young miss, won't we still be manipulated by Wenren-ju? The two subordinates anxiously shouted. What manipulation? You want me to choose not to believe young master Wenren? Di Long said. In truth, he didn't want to die, at least not here. Before Wenren-ju said that he was in extreme despair, but after those words came out, he felt that he still had a chance to live. As long as he could live, it didn't matter what happened. You guys, quickly go and take the sword. Di Long pointed at the returning ruins expert and said coldly, Young master, are you going to disobey my orders? Di Long's killing intent rose again. The returning ruins expert was stunned. Although he suddenly laughed loudly, his laughter was more than just sorrowful. After a moment, he walked towards the sword with despair and helplessness. At the juncture of life and death, the friendship of the past had long been completely forgotten. This was human nature. Even if he cultivated to the immortal level, he still couldn't get rid of it. Now that things had come to this, he could only risk it. If he could take the sword, there might be a chance of survival. However, how could the sword be taken down so easily? The returning ruins expert released all his immortal energy and divine power, pressing towards the sword, intending to use his own aura to suppress the sword and pull it out. But the instant he approached the sword suddenly trembled. Buzz! The sword stopped, but that person stopped 2 steps away from the sword. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked over, only to see that person's body slowly fall, cut into pieces, and condensed into a blood man. But at this time, the strange sword did not control the blood man to attack Di Long and Wenren-ju. Instead, it absorbed all of it into the sword, causing the black sword to become bleak, and a bloody light shot out in all directions. Everyone was so shocked that they felt a chill run down their spines. Not only could this sword control blood, it could also absorb blood. This sword must have a spirit. Returning ruins, level spirit cultivators were like toys in front of it. Di Long's expression was extremely ugly. He turned his head and looked at the remaining spirit cultivator, but that person screamed and suddenly turned to run. Even the returning ruins expert was dead. Wouldn't he die the same if he went over? Rather than that, it was better to escape first. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The woman on Wenren-ju's side suddenly leaped, transforming into a purple light. She instantly landed in front of the man. She raised her palm and fiercely slapped the man's head. With a cha sound, the man's head was smashed, and he died immediately. But the woman was not satisfied. She took out a glove from somewhere and grabbed towards the man's body. The glove actually absorbed the corpse and soul. The scene was extremely terrifying. What a savage person! Di Long's heart jumped. Di Qing was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Right now, only Di Long and Di Qing were left on the Di Ming Immortal Manor's side. Di Qing's fighting strength was completely negligible, and Di Long alone could not do anything. So the Di Ming Immortal Manor's threat to the Heavenly Sword Sect was practically zero. Di Long clenched his teeth. He hated Wenren-ju in his heart, but in order to live, he had no other choice. All right, young Master Di Long, it's your turn now. Just then, Wenren-ju suddenly crossed his arms and smiled at Di Long. Hearing that, Di Long's face changed. You want me to go and get the sword? Could it be that young Master Di Long wants me to go? Wenren-ju and the others revealed mocking expressions. You're playing with me? Di Long gnashed his teeth in anger, his resentment soaring to the heavens. So what? Who told you to have such a low intelligence? Wenren-ju said with a beaming smile. We want. Get the sword. Or die. So, we can only die? Dilong said angrily. I believe young Master Dilong also knows about those pieces of trash from before. Their strength cannot compare to yours. They can't get the sword, but that doesn't mean you can't. Maybe you'll be lucky and obtain the sword. Wenren-ju said with a beaming smile. But how could Dilong dare to believe that? But right now, there was nothing he could do. Break out of the encirclement? That was impossible. Ever since the Heavenly Sword sect's people had entered the sect, only one person had died, while Dilong's side had practically been wiped out. It was impossible for Dilong to escape. Ignoring Wenren-ju, even that woman beside him was no ordinary person. Big brother, what should we do? What should we do? Di Qing was incomparably terrified. Looking at the Heavenly Sword sect's people, his face was deathly pale. Shut up, he roared. Hurry up and make your decision. If you don't, then I can only use your flesh and soul to refine my magic treasure. The woman beside Wenren-ju suddenly spoke. Her gaze was fixed on Di Qing. Clearly, she also wanted Di Qing's life. I'll go. Dilong, who had no other choice, suddenly shouted. Chapter 1450. Interesting. Interesting. Since that's the case, go ahead. Wenren-ju smiled faintly. Dilong already had no way out. He could only use all his means to obtain this sword. This sword was so terrifying that it could slay origin deity powerhouses like slaughtering pigs and dogs. If he could obtain it, what did a mere Wenren-ju count for? Dilong's eyes flashed with sharpness. In fact, he had come prepared. After all, he had already scouted out this palace long ago. Even if he might encounter any traps or dangers, he had already made a rough estimation. Although he did not expect this sword, it did not mean that he could not deal with it. The people of the Heavenly Sword School are too stupid. Don't they know that I still have a treasure in my hands? Once I obtain that sword, I'll kill you all one by one. Dilong thought coldly in his heart. Then, he walked toward the sword step by step. The void of origin expert who had just died wasn't any weaker than him. That expert's full aura couldn't contend against that sword, so Dilong probably couldn't either. Rather than that, he might as well retract his aura and not reveal any hostility. If the sword had a spirit, it should be able to sense it. Dilong took a deep breath. His footsteps were rather heavy, but he stealthily extended one hand into his interspatial bag. Soon, two very ordinary-looking seals appeared in his palm. He held one seal in each hand as he approached the sword step by step. The sword didn't move at all. The surrounding sword intent and sword chi also didn't change. It was frighteningly silent, but the more silent it was, the more indescribable fear it gave off. At that moment, Dilong stopped. His current position was in front of the first person who had died to that strange sword. As long as he took another step forward, he would step on the spot where that person had died. He knew that this was already his limit. Dilong, quickly obtain the sword. We're all waiting, said Wenren-ju indifferently. Cut the crap and just watch. Dilong gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. As a genius of the diming immortal manner, Dilong had many magic treasures on him. He shouldn't be instantly killed by the sword like the previous two people. Whoosh! At that moment, a resplendent light suddenly blossomed from Dilong's palm. He crushed the talisman in his palm. The light spread out and weaved a huge immortal net in the air, covering the sharp sword. So. The strange sword hummed again, and a large amount of sword chi slashed at the celestial net. Before the sword chi even landed, the celestial net was already broken. Look at this. Dilong roared furiously and crushed another talisman. With him, as the epicenter, a formidable layer of frost immediately formed around him. The frost was actually formed using divine power. It was a terrifying power, and not even the cultivators from Heavenly Sword faction dared to make contact with it. They frantically backed away. The strange sword had just shattered the immortal net when it was covered in frost. He actually managed to control this strange sword? Everyone was shocked. When Dilong saw that, a sharp light flickered in his eyes, and he took 3 steps forward, charging at the strange sword. Patter! His hand directly grasped the body of the strange sword that was sealed in ice. "All right, that's great," Di Qing shouted happily. Wenren Zhu frowned. He hadn't expected Di Long to grab the sword's hilt. But did this represent the end? Xiao! Just at this time, a gale suddenly blew over from afar. Following that, a swift and shadowless existence suddenly charged at Di Long. Di Long's expression greatly changed. At this time, he had not subdued the strange sword. Just who was it that made a move at this time? Wenren Zhu? Was he an idiot? If he made a move at this time, no one would be able to subdue the sword, let alone obtain it. Could it be that someone wanted to destroy it? No, it wasn't Wenren Zhu, nor was it someone from Heavenly Sword Faction. Di Long's heart jumped as he looked at the person rushing over. Su Yun. He was actually hiding at the side. Bastard! Di Long was enraged. Could it be that Su Yun wanted to take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits? But he was wrong. Su Yun directly leapt over him and entered the door behind the sword, then disappeared. His goal was the door behind the sword. Ah! Di Long was startled. Kacha! At this time, the strange sword that was sealed in ice trembled again. On its surface, large amounts of cracks appeared. Shit! The ice seal was unable to trap the sword. Di Long's expression was extremely unsightly, and he hastily retreated. Just as he retreated, the space 100 meters around the sword began to twist. Di Long's heart pounded. If he had still been there, perhaps his soul would have been torn apart by that twisting space. Interesting. That guy actually took advantage of Di Long taking the sword to enter the door. Interesting. Wenren Zhu laughed coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. He directly walked towards the sword. Looks like I have to personally take action and take the sword. That guy has entered the door. Don't let him take all the benefits. After speaking, Wenren Zhu raised his hand, as if preparing to cast a technique to deal with the sharp sword. Who? At this time, a large amount of air-breaking sounds rang out. Following that, countless figures rushed over. Wenren Zhu frowned. He stopped his movements and looked behind him, only to see that there were many figures behind him. Spiritual pedestal genius, Yuan Hong, and Wenren Zhu were known as the ultimate prodigies of their generation. He wore a green robe and a feathered crown, walking over in the air. Behind him was a gray-robed old man. The old man's aura was restrained, and even deity-ending elites couldn't see through his cultivation. He had wrinkled skin and white hair, and his eyes were dim yellow like a dying man. He didn't look conspicuous, but with such a person appearing here, it was impossible that he wouldn't be conspicuous. Brother Wenren, if you want to take the treasure, why don't you contact my spiritual pedestal genius? Spiritual pedestal genius is skilled in the art of mechanisms, and there are many mechanisms here. If Brother Wenren is injured, my spiritual pedestal genius will definitely be heartbroken, and the celestial world will lose another hero. Yuan Hong flew over, his voice calm. The people of spiritual pedestal genius are indeed very fake. If you want a treasure, just say it. Why hide it? Another group of people rushed over, but these people all carried large sabers. Saber Chi was very domineering, and they rushed over like a mountain crashing down. The pressure was abnormally strong, as if a special domain had formed around them, a domain that belonged to sabers. The people of Saber Domain also came. Wenren Zhu's expression became a bit ugly. If these two guys appeared, then the situation would be much worse. Yo, how lively. What are you guys doing here? Another voice sounded from behind, but this time there were only a few people. Wenren Zhu didn't recognize most of these people, but there were two that he had met once before. They were the loose, celestial Xiao Lung and his follower, Yao Hong. These two had once killed 3 people of deity ending and were famous. Later, they fought with the people of Great Celestial Sect, Pulyuo Sect, and the two of them killed a total of 73 Celestials of Pulyuo Sect. Thus, their names shook the celestial world, and they were rare heroes in the celestial world. This group of people had arrived, and it was most likely that the violent explosion when Di Long opened the great doors had attracted powerful people from all directions, causing them to rush over. Wenren Zhu's heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted time with Di Long. He would have directly gone to get the sword. He didn't expect so many troublesome people to be attracted, and the situation had become complicated. Even Di Long didn't expect so many experts to suddenly come, but he was very happy. Now that so many experts had come, he was actually safe. Wen Renju couldn't kill him in front of so many people, otherwise the news would spread, and Di Ming Immortal Manor would definitely start a war with Heavenly Sword faction. Wen Renju couldn't bear this responsibility, and even more so, he couldn't bear the anger of Di Ming Immortal Manor. I think we should not fight tit for tat. This sword seems to be guarding something. Just now, someone took the opportunity to rush into the door behind the sword. We should think of a way to keep the sword and quickly enter the door to see what is inside. Perhaps there's a treasure even more important than this sword. Wen Renju thought for a moment and said. Di Long knew that Wen Renju was hypocritical, but he could only do this. If they really fought, there would be no result and no one would benefit. Now that things had come to this, they could only first get the sword, then fight for it. Everyone is a sensible person. Then let's speak plainly. This sword, my saber domain will take it. Hu Qing stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Doesn't your saber domain use blades? What sword do you want? Isn't it good to meld it into a blade? Hu Qing coldly snorted, then directly raised his blade and rushed towards the sword. His aura was extremely tyrannical, and his strength was actually a level stronger than Di Long's. He was already at the peak of the origin void and could break through this realm at any time and step into an even stronger existence. The tyrannical blade force was completely based on divine power as it collided with the sword, causing the sword to tremble violently. So tens of thousands of sword chi fluctuated and collided with the blade force, forcing Hu Qing back. However, he was not discouraged, and his strength also allowed Wen Renju and Di Long to see a trace of hope. This sword was not invincible. Outside, they were still having a headache over the sword, but behind the door, Su Yun was carefully advancing forward. The inside of the door seemed to be a secret room. It wasn't very big, but the ground was filled with rotting corpses. Su Yun felt that it was difficult for him to move forward, because in this secret room, although there was no immortal chi, it was filled with extremely dense divine power. Other than divine power, there was also a unique kind of strength. Power of creation? Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. The power of creation was the sacred king of strength. In front of the power of creation, immortal chi and divine power were like a joke to an adult and a baby. Looking at the rotting corpses around him, these dead people were all experts amongst experts. The origin void realm was probably not even within their range, right? He took 2 steps and panted heavily. He felt as if all the flesh and blood in his body were being oppressed. It was extremely uncomfortable, and his breathing became difficult, as if his chest was being fiercely pressed against by an iron fist. This was just the aura of this place, but it was already unbearable. Su Yun did not persist any longer and directly sat down cross-legged. Although this place was not big, it was like a treasure trove. If one cultivated here and comprehended the power of creation, they would definitely be able to gain some insights. Chapter 1451. The power of creation was very strange. It seemed to be able to fuse with the god power in Su Yun's body, resonating with it. The god power continued to squirm, but it did not seem to be surging, and when Su Yun felt the pressure, he relaxed a little. He closed his eyes, and his entire body became ethereal. At this moment, the power of creation seemed to have surpassed the god power and struck his flesh and blood as if it was gently patting him. Su Yun listened carefully and comprehended. The moment the power of creation came into contact with his body, something seemed to flash in his mind. It was like a memory. Blurry memories, fragments of memories. These were the memories of the experts who died in this secret room. After they died, their resentment did not dissipate, and along with their own evaporating energy, they fused into the air, forming this power of creation, and the door of the secret room was sealed by the sword intent, causing the power of creation to become denser and denser. And when Su Yun comprehended this power of creation, he could also feel the memory fragments within the power of creation. How precious were the memories of the supreme expert! Even if it was a fragment, to be able to gain some understanding was better than to bitterly cultivate. This opportunity could not be wasted. Su Yun closed his eyes. His body was like a statue, comprehending in the secret room. The restless power of creation was like a whirlpool, surging into his body, and the memory fragments within the power of creation also continuously appeared in his mind. Some miraculous moves, some miraculous sword techniques, all of them flashed. If the moves were incomplete, they could not be easily cultivated, but within these moves, they contained the supreme expert's understanding of the moves, and this understanding and comprehension was also passed down to Su Yun's mind. This kind of comprehension was far stronger than the moves. He sat there for a full 5 days, and in these 5 days, the attacks on the strange sword outside had become more and more frequent. Even though he was sitting in the secret room, Su Yun could still feel the earth trembling. 5 days later, he felt that his body was extremely restless, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. However, he was still lacking something and was unable to take a step forward, causing him to feel depressed. He opened his eyes again, took out the teleportation token, and took a deep breath. That was what he was relying on. The sword outside seemed to be guarding something, so he took advantage of the time Di Long was retrieving the sword to charge in. He felt that since the sword was guarding something, there should be something even better inside. With Wenren Zhu and Di Long present, it wouldn't be easy for him to retrieve the sword. Rather than that, he might as well take a look inside. In any case, he had the teleportation medallion, so he could leave whenever he wanted. After comprehending for a while, Su Yun felt that his cultivation had improved again. He believed that he was only one step away from stepping into the conferred God realm. He lacked an opportunity. He continued to walk forward. However, other than the rotten corpses and the broken magic treasures, there was nothing else in the secret room. Wait a minute. Su Yun's gaze congealed. There seemed to be a figure in the deepest part of the secret room. He quickened his pace and walked towards a figure. It was a man standing there, dressed in a sword robe, with long hair that hung down to his feet, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and wheat-colored skin. His hands were empty, and he was like a statue, standing there motionlessly. On his waist, there was a fiery red order badge, and on the order badge, there were 2 big words engraved. Heaven Destroyer. Heaven Destroyer, Sword God. Su Yun's heart tensed up. He walked towards a man, but when he was 5 meters away, he found it difficult to move forward even half an inch. It turned out that the sword god's body was surrounded by a strange sword intent. This sword intent blocked Su Yun's advance. They were like a natural barrier, not allowing Su Yun to get close. Even the wind and Qi were isolated. This sword intent seemed to be the Heaven Destroyer sword god's self-protection consciousness, a self-generated defense system. It was so powerful, and the sword intent seemed to contain the power of creation. It was extremely terrifying, and if one were to attack with pure divine power, not only would they not be able to break through, they would even suffer from their counterattack. Su Yun was shocked. What was the reason for the Heaven Destroyer sword god to fall here? If this person was the Heaven Destroyer sword god, then without a doubt, the one outside would definitely be the Heaven Destroyer sword. In order to protect its master, the Heaven Destroyer sword had turned into a sword guard to guard the door of the secret room. It had been guarding the door for an unknown number of years, and as long as the Heaven Destroyer sword god's body was not destroyed, the Heaven Destroyer sword would not let go of this obsession. The battle outside was very intense. Even in the secret room, he could still feel it. There was not much time left. Su Yun stared at the thick defense formed by the power of creation and started to think there was no chance of winning, although the divine power was strong. But there was an intrinsic difference between it and the power of creation, just like the immortal Qi and the divine power. No matter how dense the immortal Qi was, facing the divine power, it would still be suppressed to the point of death. Since he could not fight head-on, he could only think of another way. The sword god's body was preserved so well, it was equivalent to a treasure trove. If he could find anything on his body, It would be enough for Su Yun to enjoy. But this time, Su Yun's goal was naturally the Heaven Destroyer sword. Without this sword, if the demon saint could not be saved, then this trip would be meaningless. Whiz! Just then, a small amount of chi suddenly shot out from the power of creation, striking towards Su Yun. Su Yun was shocked. He immediately activated his divine power to defend. But just as the divine power turned into a divine shield in front of him, it was pierced through by the gas. He turned pale with fright and fled to the side in a sorry state, rolling on the ground. Although his appearance was ugly, at least he managed to dodge the attack. That attack was the power of creation. Against it, the divine power was like paper. However, why would the power of creation attack me out of the blue? Su Yun did not understand, but at this time, the power of creation around the sword god started to fluctuate again. A large amount of energy rippled, like a huge wave in a storm. It filled the secret room and swept toward Su Yun. Not good. Su Yun's face changed. He immediately activated all of his divine power, forming a thick wall in front of him to resist the power of creation. Bang! The thick wall was formed, but it was crazily corroded by the power of creation. It could not withstand it at all. He continued to vent and resist, but he was still on the losing side. Go! Don't disturb my rest. Just then, the sword god suddenly let out a low voice. Su Yun was secretly shocked and said, "Could it be that Senior Heaven Destroyer is not dead?" "No, I'm already dead. This is just a strand of my consciousness, and it will soon dissipate. However, I don't want anyone to disturb me. So let's go." The voice was extremely unfriendly and overbearing, and it even revealed a bit of killing intent. Hearing that, Su Yun secretly snorted, "Senior, are you going to kill me? If I kill you, how can you stand here and talk to me?" The Heaven Destroyer sword god said coldly, "It's fine if you want me to leave. Since you're a dead man, why don't you give me your Heaven Destroyer sword? You don't need it anymore. If you let this sword stay here, wouldn't it be a waste of a heavenly treasure?" Su Yun said. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent power of creation became even heavier. "Bastard, you actually dare to covet my Heaven Destroyer sword? Today I want you to die here." The Heaven Destroyer sword god was enraged. The terrifying sword pressure suddenly descended inside and outside the secret room. Su Yun felt his entire body sink. He laid on the ground. The ground cracked. The corpses on the ground instantly turned into dust, and he felt as if his body was about to separate. "After so many years, you dare to covet my Heaven Destroyer sword. You're the first person. Today, I want you to die, and no one can save you." Along the way, the Heaven Destroyer sword god's power of creation actually started to change. In the blink of an eye, it formed a power of despair, enveloping Su Yun, crazily bombarding his body, intending to destroy his soul. This feeling of despair made him feel extremely powerless, as if no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to break free from this power. Suppress. The sword god moved again, and the terrifying sword pressure increased by a bit. This sword pressure surpassed Su Yun's sword force and sword might. This was no longer a sword force that relied solely on human strength, but a power that came from within the sword itself. Heaven Destroyer sword. Su Yun, who was being suppressed, was shocked. This pressure actually came from the Heaven Destroyer sword outside the door. The Heaven Destroyer sword was still fighting with the experts, but it could still support this place. How powerful was it? Furthermore, the Heaven Destroyer sword god and the Heaven Destroyer sword were probably one. Otherwise, with only a strand of his soul left, how could he possibly draw the power of the Heaven Destroyer sword? However, Su Yun was not afraid. He clenched his teeth and used all his strength to resist. He would only block and never retaliate, because he believed that there was an end to such a terrifying attack. Sure enough, when Su Yun's divine power was almost depleted, the terrifying pressure and the power of despair retreated like a tide, and the Heaven Destroyer sword god on the other side also regained his calmness. Su Yun's mouth raised into a smile. He sat up with difficulty, looked at the Heaven Destroyer sword god, and laughed. "You only have a strand of your soul left. You do not have enough energy. If you use too much of your strength to kill me, You will not be able to keep this strand of your soul. So, you don't dare to kill me. Before your energy is exhausted, you will definitely stop, right? Smart kid, you are right. Although you have seen through everything, I will not let you succeed. If I use up all my energy, I will not be able to control the Heaven Destroyer sword, and you will be able to snatch the sword. I am afraid that the reason you angered me just now was to trick me out of my energy. However, you are thinking too much. When I rest for 2 days and recover, it will be the time of your death. The Heaven Destroyer's sword god said coldly. As long as he still had a little bit of strength, Su Yun would not be able to destroy this strand of will. Hearing that, Su Yun immediately sat down cross-legged and took out 2 pills from the space bag. He swallowed them and closed his eyes to meditate. How powerful was the Heaven Destroyer's sword god? A strand of his soul was able to give him such a terrifying pressure, and this strand of soul had consumed more than half of its energy and could actually recover after resting for 2 days. Naturally, Su Yun had to race against time. If not, how could he withstand the terrifying power of creation? It's useless. I will crush you sooner or later. No one is allowed to disturb my rest, and those who dare to covet my things must die. The Heaven Destroyer's sword god said coldly. Inside the secret room, the 2 of them faced each other, one standing and the other sitting. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.